What if the glittering jewels of the Mughal Empire were the mere bait in a deadly game of thrones, where betrayal wore a crown and treachery dripped like poison from the finest silks? History whispers rumors of opulence, but what hides in the shadows? A saga drenched in blood, lust, and the insatiable hunger for power. Forget what you know. This is no fairy tale, it's a wicked dance of ambition, where emperors and commoners alike play for keeps, and the stakes have never been higher. Imagine a world where a mere whisper could summon the executioner, where the scent of sandalwood masked the acrid stench of conspiracy. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to cut with a dagger. One moment, a sumptuous feast, the next, a banquet of death. Jahan's Taj Mahal, a monument of eternal love, or the tomb of 1,000 secrets? Was it built to honor a queen, or to silence a heart that knew too much? The truth hides beneath its flawless marble facade, waiting to crush the naive. In this theater of the absurd, even the most trusted advisors are puppets dancing on strings pulled by unseen hands. Think you know who the real players are? Think again. The court is a labyrinth, a gilded cage where even the sharpest minds can stumble, entangled in webs of deceit. The empresses, fierce as tigers, wield influence like swords, bending the empire's will to their desires. But as the fires of ambition burn, one misstep can ignite an inferno. Who will rise, and who will fall? Picture the clatter of hooves, the clash of swords, the laughter of children mingling with the cries of the damned. The streets pulse with life, every corner a tapestry of vibrancy and ruin. The merchants peddle not just spices and silk, but whispers of plots hatched in the dead of night. In this world, nothing is as it seems. The sun sets on one empire while another dawns, but every shadow holds a secret, and every secret is a spark awaiting its match. What if your closest ally harbors a dagger behind their back? What if love is merely a facade, a veil for the darkest intentions? The Mughal court is a stage where betrayal is the leading act, and even the grandest love stories end with blood on the floor. This isn't just a historical account, it's a blood-soaked saga filled with dark comedy, where ambition gnaws at the soul and loyalty is as fleeting as a summer breeze. Your heart races. You can feel the pulse of history thrumming in your veins, urging you to peel back the layers, to confront the shadows lurking just out of sight. The Mughal Empire isn't merely a chapter in a dusty book, it's a living enigma, a riddle wrapped in silk and spice, daring you to decipher its mysteries. Can you resist the pull of its chaotic beauty? Or will you succumb to the intoxicating lure of history's most tantalizing secrets? The choice is yours. But beware, the deeper you dig, the more perilous your path becomes. And once you step into the abyss, there's no turning back. The wind howled outside, a ghostly wail that chilled the marrow in my bones. I stood on the edge of a precipice, the vast steppes of Central Asia sprawled out like an endless sea of grass, whispering secrets of empires past. The air was thick with the scent of tension, as if the world itself held its breath. Below me, a band of warriors, blooded, fierce, their faces etched with desperation, prepared for a battle that would alter the course of history. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, a primal pulse echoing the dread that laced the very atmosphere. This was where it began. I remember the first time I saw Babur, his presence commanding even in the fractured light of dawn. He stood atop a knoll, his gaze piercing through the haze of uncertainty, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. He was not a giant, he was a man, small in stature but immense in spirit, burdened with the lineage of Timur and yet shackled by the weight of failure. His dreams of conquest were marred by the shadows of his ancestors, a haunting chorus that sang of glory and despair. I will not be a shadow, he avowed to himself, yet with each whispered promise, the ghosts of his past echoed louder, you cannot escape us. Beside him, his cousin, the fiery and fierce Humayun, clenched his fists, a coiled spring of energy ready to unleash chaos. He bore the same blood, the same heritage of ambition and sorrow, but where Babur was introspective, Humayun was a storm, impulsive, reckless. He felt the weight of destiny pressing upon his shoulders, believing that each moment could tip the balance of fate. We are the sons of kings, he cried, his voice a battle cry that rose above the winds, and kings do not cower. But deep inside, a seed of doubt gnawed at him. He feared he was but a puppet in the hands of destiny, controlled by strings woven from the fabric of an unforgiving world. As they prepared for war, a silence fell over the camp, thick and suffocating, filled with the unspoken fears of men who knew they would soon face death. The night before the battle, I saw Babur retreat into the shadows, away from the torchlight that flickered like the last vestiges of hope. I followed him, drawn like a moth to a flame, feeling the weight of my own inadequacies as I witnessed him grapple with his demons. There, in the stillness of the night, he let the tears fall, each drop a testament to his struggle, a mingling of dreams and nightmares. "What if I fail?" he whispered to the stars, those indifferent celestial bodies that had watched empires rise and fall. "What if I am not worthy of the throne?" But beneath his vulnerability lay a fierce resolve, a flame that refused to be extinguished. With every heartbeat, he remembered the stories of his ancestors, the legacy of the great Timur, the conqueror who had once cast terror across the lands. He breathed in deeply, the chill of the night air filling his lungs, and felt the pulse of the earth beneath him. "I will carve my name into the annals of history," he swore to the void, "or I will die trying." In that moment, I felt every nuance of his pain and ambition, the longing for greatness colliding with the fear of insignificance. It was a conflict as old as time itself, the relentless hunger for power battling against the shadows of self-doubt. I could taste the bitterness of his reality, the haunting question echoing in my mind: how many men had stood on this precipice before, hearts pounding, dreams unraveling? As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the warriors gathered, each face a canvas of fear, hope, and determination. The drums of war began to beat, a rhythmic chant that sent tremors through the earth, reverberating in the bones of every man present. Humayun, now aflame with adrenaline, rallied his troops, a fierce grin plastered across his face that barely concealed the tremor in his voice. "Today, we fight not just for ourselves, but for our legacy." He raised his sword high, a glint of sunlight catching the blade, igniting a fire in the hearts of those around him. But even as he spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the nagging fear that perhaps this was not his moment. And then came the clash, a deafening cacophony that echoed across the steppes as swords met flesh, and the earth drank deeply of blood and fear. I was swept away in the chaos, my heart racing as I witnessed the true horror and beauty of battle. There was a visceral poetry to it, a tragic dance of life and death, where every stroke of the blade spoke of dreams and ambitions, of families broken and legacies forged in blood. I felt the adrenaline surge through my veins, mingling with the sorrow, the loss, the undeniable truth that with every victory came the weight of lives extinguished. Amidst the chaos, I saw Babur again, moving with a grace that belied the tumult of war. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a man possessed by his vision, driven by a desire that transcended fear. Each movement was a testament to his struggle, to his refusal to become another forgotten name in the annals of time. "For my ancestors," he cried, striking down an opponent, "for my future." The battle raged on, a tapestry of life and death woven together, and with each fallen soldier, the ground beneath us became soaked in dreams, dreams of power, honor, and the tragic cost of ambition. In the heart of that tempest, I felt the spectrum of emotion coursing through me, a fear, exhilaration, despair, triumph. It was an alchemy of human experience, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence. The world narrowed to a single point, the vastness of time collapsing into this moment of chaos and clarity. Babur, Humayun, the warriors, they were not just figures in a story, they were echoes of humanity itself, flawed, striving, yearning for significance in a world that could be both a cruel master and a merciful guide. And just like that, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I knew that this was not the end. It was merely the beginning, a prelude to an empire that would rise from the ashes, a tale of glory wrapped in the cloak of grief. The whispers of the steppes echoed around me, an eternal promise that this struggle would continue, as long as there were hearts that beat for dreams unfulfilled, and souls that dared to chase the impossible. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a vast, dark well of night, illuminating the battlefield where the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and fear. I remember the whispers, the urgent prayers of men stripped bare by the horror of impending death, a collective breath held tight in the throats of warriors who knew their fate rested on the edge of a sword. Babur stood amidst it all, a tempest contained within a man, eyes dark as the stormy skies above, muscles coiled like spring-loaded traps ready to unleash fury. "Fight," he commanded, voice like thunder. And they did. They fought not just for land, not merely to claim a throne, but for a dream, one that sang of glory and haunted him at night like a ghost he couldn't shake off. The vision of an empire, sprawling and magnificent, where the scent of blooming gardens would replace the stench of war. But dreams, as he learned, come at a price, a heavy one, carved in the flesh of loyal men who believed in him. Across the field, the glint of a sword caught my eye, reflecting not just the moonlight but the desperation of a soldier, a boy really, face still soft, painted with innocence and dread. I watched as the boy, trembling yet determined, swung his blade in a desperate arc towards the enemy. In that moment, I felt the weight of age-old battles and the futility of glory. I remember shivering as I thought of his mother, praying not for victory, but for the mere return of her child. And there was Humayun, Babur's son, a flickering candle fighting against the wind. He loved his father, but shadows danced between them, thick and suffocating. Every confidence Babur exuded laid heavier upon Humayun's shoulders. "Be brave, my son," Babur would say, a mantra echoing in Humayun's mind even as he faltered. "Your heart must forge the path." But what if the heart was weak? What if the vision crumbled before it could rise? "Father!" Humayun shouted, caught in a whirlpool of chaos, fear gnawing at his insides. His sword wavered, a reflection of his spirit. How could he stand tall when he felt so small under the weight of expectation? The ground shook, and it wasn't just the clash of steel, it was the tremor of legacies, of histories intertwined, tugging at the very fabric of fate. "Be the lion among sheep." Babur's voice cut through the fray, a lifeline to his son. But was it enough? Humayun's heart raced, torn between loyalty and his own identity, a boy lost in the vast wilderness of manhood, where every decision could lead him down paths lined with despair or glory. I remember the dark laughter of death, a spectre that danced just out of reach, mocking the valiant. There, in the chaos, the world spun like a pinwheel, colors bled into one another, and for a heartbeat, time lost its grip. I felt the tension in the air crackle, an electric urgency that almost made it feel like a game. But this was no game, lives were at stake, countless lives, each one a universe unto itself. "Victory!" Babur roared, his voice piercing through the cacophony, but the word tasted bittersweet on my tongue. The ancient trees surrounding the battlefield stood as witnesses, gnarled and old, branches clawing at the sky, and I could almost hear them whispering secrets of those who had come before. They had seen empires rise and fall, the foolishness of men blinded by ambition. And then, in the thick of madness, I saw it, a moment crystallized in time, a single heartbeat that felt like an eternity. Babur, his posture regal yet weary, faced the enemy commander, the fate of his dreams resting on this singular confrontation. The earth beneath them became a canvas, painted with the strokes of valor and desperation. "This is my destiny," he declared, and the words hung heavy like a storm cloud ready to burst. But destiny is a fickle mistress, isn't she? She beckons with promises of greatness yet wields a dagger concealed in velvet. As blades clashed, as cries of valor filled the air, I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life, every breath a testament to the relentless pursuit of dreams, no matter the cost. Humayun watched, his soul aching with the weight of his father's vision, the dream of a vast empire stretching like a silken thread before them. "Can I be worthy?" he whispered to the winds, unsure if the cosmos would answer. Vision and ambition flowed like torrents, crashing against the rocky shores of reality, relentless in their pursuit, yet painfully aware of their own fragility. And as the battle raged, a darkness loomed over the battlefield, threatening to swallow dreams whole, like a black hole eager to consume even the light. I could feel the shadows creep closer, clawing at the edges of their aspirations, whispering treachery into the hearts of men. Each clash, each gasp, echoed the ancient truth: victory is but a fleeting moment, and glory, a hollow ghost. In that instant, I felt the lives intertwine like threads in a grand tapestry, each moment, each heartbeat woven into a story that transcended time. Babur's fierce determination, Humayun's silent struggle, the boy's unyielding courage, each a note in a symphony of human experience, playing out against the backdrop of chaos. And then silence fell, a stillness that made the heart race, a deep breath caught in the throats of warriors, a moment poised on the cusp of fate. It was a breath before the plunge, a heartbeat before the storm, a pause where dreams stood still, holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. I remember standing there, caught in the ebb and flow of life and death, the haunting realization that the battle was not merely for land or throne, but for the very essence of what it means to aspire, to dream, to forge one's destiny against the relentless march of time. And as the moon cast its spectral glow over the trembling earth, the battle raged on. A revelation danced in the air, one that spoke of shared blood, shared dreams, a visceral reminder that while empires may rise, the human heart, a fragile, pulsating thing, bears the weight of both dreams and despair. The dance of shadows continued, echoing into the night, a haunting invitation to the unknown. The air crackles with anticipation, thick like the smoke of 1,000 fires, an omnipresent reminder of what looms ahead. I stand on the edge of a great battlefield, a mere breath away from destiny's cold embrace. The sun hangs low, drenching the land in molten gold, but the horizon bleeds crimson, hinting at the horror to unfold. My heart races, pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing the cries of the past, the cries of warriors who stood where I stand now, their dreams snuffed out like the flicker of a dying candle. I see him, Babur, the last scion of Timur's legacy, pacing like a caged tiger. His eyes, dark and stormy, hold the weight of his ambition and the shadows of his fears. "Do I dare?" he murmurs to himself, his voice trembling on the edge of doubt, barely audible over the murmurs of thousands. He clutches the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white, as if it alone could tether him to the ground, keep him from floating away into the abyss of uncertainty. For months, he has dreamt of this moment, grasping Hindustan in his outstretched hands, sculpting it like clay, but the dream feels heavy, like a noose tightening around his neck. And then there's Ibrahim Lodi, the Sultan of Delhi, a titan among men but crippled by arrogance. He can feel the sun's bite as he surveys his troops, men more loyal to the titles they wear than to the man who wields them. "I am invincible," he bellows, a lion's roar that echoes across the fields. But deep within, a flicker of doubt gnaws at him, a ghostly shadow that whispers of betrayal, of loyalty fraying like the threads of a worn tapestry. He remembers the faces of those who swore allegiance, their eyes glinting with ambition, and his stomach churns. What if they turn on me? What if today is a reckoning? The ground trembles beneath me, a throbbing pulse that quickens with every passing second, and I can almost hear the rustle of fate's wings. Babur's forces, a mosaic of men from far-flung lands, stand arrayed like a patchwork quilt, stitched together by hope and desperation. A ragtag assembly, each face etched with dreams, fears, and the scent of impending doom. They clutch their weapons, hearts racing like frightened rabbits, their gazes darting between the enemy and their own commander, seeking reassurance in his resolve. And then there's Muhammad, a peasant conscript, eyes wide with terror. He was not born to war, he was meant to toil the fields. But the pot of gold at the end of this rainbow of suffering whispers to him, a chance for glory, a chance to be more than the sum of his dirt-caked hands. "Today, I become a man," he whispers to himself, fingers trembling against the weathered blade, the weight of it a reminder of the gravity of his choice. But what does man mean in a world where valor can end in a heartbeat? The tension rises. I'm trapped in the moment, watching as Babur's voice rises above the tide, injecting courage into the marrow of his men. "Brothers, today we write history." His words, raw and electric, ignite the air. They fall like sparks, igniting the kindling of their fears and turning them into flames of fury. I can feel the collective heartbeat of the horde, a symphony of anxiety and bravery, thrumming in unison, vibrating through the very ground beneath us. Then, the silence breaks, a shattering crack, the sound of a horn, a signal, a death knell. It slices through the air like a dagger, and the world holds its breath for just a heartbeat. And then chaos erupts like a volcano, a frenzy of bodies, metal clanging against metal, the earth soaked in fear and blood. The soldiers surge forward, a tide of desperation crashing against the shores of destiny. Ibrahim, in stark contrast, stands firm but unyielding, a mountain in the storm, his proud demeanor cracking under the weight of the onslaught. "Fight! Fight for honor," he bellows, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. The ground beneath him shifts, his soldiers falter, hesitation blooming like poison in their hearts. He feels it, the tide turning, and in that moment, he understands. This isn't just a battle, it's a reckoning. The ghosts of his ancestors whisper in his ears, reminding him of the bloodline he carries, and he pushes forward, fighting against the fears that threaten to consume him. But Muhammad, poor, trembling Muhammad, has no visions of glory, only the instinct to survive. He rushes forward, heart pounding in his chest like the war drums that drown out every rational thought. He sees the faces of his comrades, their eyes wide with terror, and he knows they are all just boys carrying swords too heavy for their souls. But something, a primal scream from the depths of his being, urges him forward. For my family! For my dreams, he cries, and it echoes in the chaos, each word a prayer whispered to the gods of war. As swords clash and the cries of the fallen fill the air, I can feel the heat of battle, hot, visceral, choking. The scent of iron and sweat hangs thick, a blanket of raw humanity draped over the madness. Babur fights with a ferocity born of desperation, each swing a defiance against fate. He is a tempest, a force of nature, yet inside him, a flicker of doubt remains. What if he loses? What if his dreams turn to ashes in his hands? Ibrahim feels it, the weight of betrayal, of pride. He knows his troops are faltering, and as he fights, he looks into the eyes of his soldiers, searching for resolve but finding only fear. Each face he sees is a mirror of his own fading dreams. Is this how it ends? He screams into the chaos, and the question hangs in the air like smoke, unanswered, as the world around him crumbles. And Muhammad, oh, sweet Muhammad, finds himself surrounded by the chaos that is war, the noise a symphony of despair and courage. In that moment, he feels alive, connected to something greater than himself, but it's a fleeting feeling, a candle flickering in the wind. He swings his sword, feeling the weight of his ancestors behind him, and with every strike, he pushes against the tide of fear that threatens to pull him under. In the maelstrom of clashing steel, the world fades, the sky turns to ash, and time stretches, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. The air is thick with the weight of dreams and despair, of glory and defeat. What will remain when the dust settles? What stories will be told of this day? As the cries of victory and despair mingle into a haunting melody, the ground beneath me shakes with the weight of history being forged, and I can't help but feel the finality of it all. The battle rages on, a relentless tide, and I'm left breathless, caught in the web of their fates, forever entangled in the echoes of their hopes and fears. And then, just as suddenly as it began, a hush falls over the battlefield, a silence that stretches into infinity, pregnant with the weight of what has been lost. In that moment, the past and future collide, and the world holds its breath, teetering on the edge of a new dawn. The night was heavy with the scent of impending rain, the air thick, electric with the tension of 1,000 whispers. I stood there, the world around me spiraling into chaos, as shadows danced mockingly on the walls of my soul. The shadows belonged to men I once called brothers, men who now sought to drive me from the very throne I had inherited from my father. I remember the stairs, they burned like hot coals, searing into the flesh of my spirit, leaving marks that would never fade. I remember the weight of my crown, its golden edge digging into my brow, a constant reminder of the fragile line between power and despair. Humayun! My mother's voice, a siren piercing through the storm, echoed in the hallways of my mind. You must escape. Her eyes were wild with a fear so palpable, it felt like a living thing, clawing at my insides. But where could I flee? The empire was vast, yet my heart was a prison, shackled by my own blood. They gather like wolves, waiting to devour you whole. Those words wrapped around me, a shroud of dread, chilling my spine more than the night air ever could. Each heartbeat was a drum signaling the end, and every breath was a gasp for life. I thought of my brother, the one who once stood beside me, laughing in the sun, sharing dreams of glory. Yet, it was the same brother who now bore a blade, ready to sever the bond that had once seemed unbreakable. The irony twisted like a knife in my gut. Who could have known that familial loyalty could morph into betrayal so swiftly? Where are you going? To the shadows. I muttered to myself, a bitter laugh escaping my lips, echoing against the cold stone walls. I could almost hear the ghosts of my ancestors, their whispers filled with disappointment. They had fought, bled, and died for this empire, and yet here I was, a puppet caught in a game played by those who cared little for the blood that connected us. Memories flooded my mind, frenetic and disjointed. I remember the crisp mornings when the sun rose over the horizon, casting long shadows on the dew-laden grass. I remember the laughter shared over meals, my mother's spices infusing the air, a symphony of scents and flavors. In those moments, we were untouchable, invincible. But the weight of my destiny pulled me backward, yanking me from the warmth of those memories into a chilling present, where every step felt like a dance with death. The city outside was alive, chaotic, and yet achingly beautiful. The streets were a tapestry of color and sound, merchants hawking their wares, children laughing, and the distant clanging of a blacksmith's hammer. But all I could hear was the thundering of my heart, drowning out the laughter. The bustling life around me felt like a cruel mockery, a reminder of everything I could lose. I was a ghost in my own story, lost in the thrumming pulse of a city that would soon forget me. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where the moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark sea. There was a haunting beauty in the night, a cruel reminder of how fragile life could be. It was then that I saw her, a flicker of movement, a silhouette against the backdrop of despair. It was my wife, Empress Bega, cloaked in shadows, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I could taste the salt of her pain in the air between us, thick and suffocating. "Humayun, please," she cried, her voice trembling with desperation. "You cannot face them alone. They will crush you." Her hands reached for me, fingers trembling as they brushed against my arm. I wanted to pull her close, to shield her from this madness, but I was paralyzed by the weight of my own fear. "I am the Emperor," I whispered, though the words felt like ashes in my mouth. The title, once a source of pride, now felt like a chain dragging me into the depths of a dark abyss. What good is an emperor who cannot defend his throne? As I peered into her eyes, I saw the reflection of my own torment. They shimmered with the depth of love and the anguish of loss intertwined. I remembered the nights we spent together, the dreams we wove like delicate lace, dreams of children who would pulse with life, laughter echoing through the halls of our palace. But what future could we have when the very ground beneath us was shifting, crumbling like ancient stone? "Remember the tales of those who fell," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They were not defeated because they were unworthy, but because they lost sight of what truly mattered." I saw the fire in her spirit, the flickering flame against the encroaching darkness, and I longed to reach for it, to embrace the hope she offered. But doubt gnawed at me, a ravenous beast. I felt the crushing weight of my lineage bearing down on my chest, stifling my breath. "I cannot run," I said, though every fiber of my being screamed otherwise. "To flee is to give in, to let them win." Bega stepped closer, her warmth wrapping around me like a lifeline. "Then fight, my love. Fight not just for the throne, but for us." Her words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of resolve surfacing through the fog of fear. She was my anchor in a storm, the tether holding me to the very essence of my soul. And yet, the ominous call of destiny loomed over us, a clock ticking, seconds slipping through the cracks like sand. In that moment, I felt the weight of history, the breaths of my ancestors urging me forward. I remembered their struggles, the blood that stained the soil of this empire. This was my moment, my trial, and I was not just Humayun, the emperor, I was a man trying to hold on to everything I loved. But the winds of fate howled like banshees, and as the night deepened, so did the shadows around me. I turned, the weight of my choices pressing down, and for the first time, I felt the tremors of a battle not yet fought pulsing through my veins. This was not the end. No, it was merely a prelude to the storm. Would my resolve be strong enough to withstand the tempest? Would love be the sword I wielded in the fight against my own blood? In that heartbeat of uncertainty, I grasped Bega's hand tightly, a silent vow binding us as we stepped into the fray, hearts pounding, shadows looming, and the promise of dawn, a promise that was now a flickering candle in the dark. The night was far from over, and the struggle was just beginning. Night draped the world in thick shadows, the air crackling with unspoken fear. A solitary figure, cloaked in tattered remnants of once royal attire, stood at the edge of the ruined city, heart pounding like a war drum. Humayun. The name echoed in the silence, a ghost haunting the very streets he once ruled. He could almost hear the whispers of history in the wind, promising glory, yet warning of betrayal. I remember the weight of that crown, the taste of power like iron on my tongue, and the sharpness of loss, cutting deeper than any blade. He breathed in the night, old scents of dust and decay mingling with the heavy longing for what was lost. The moon hung high, a silent witness, casting a pale glow over the crumbled fortifications. Shadows danced like specters, taunting him, reminding him of the throne he had lost, of the blood that had stained the very ground he now stood upon. I remember the day it all fell apart, the cacophony of swords clashing, the screams of men, the hollow betrayal that ripped through the fabric of his soul. But tonight, there was no time for lingering on the past. The city awaited him, a beast restless in its slumber, and he was its rightful king, ready to reclaim his birthright. Yet, as he took a step forward, doubt clawed at him, was he still worthy? Could a man, banished and broken, rise again? I remember the faces of those who had believed in him, their hopes like flickering candles in the storm. And now, scattered like leaves in the wind. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, thunderous and demanding, a rhythmic pulse that resonated with his heartbeat. I remember the soldiers who once marched beside him, loyal and fierce. Now, he was alone, save for his thoughts and the spectre of his past. The ties that bound him to the future felt frayed, fragile as glass. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a figure cloaked in darkness watched the streets with predatory eyes. Akbar, the very man who had driven Humayun into the shadows, now reigned with a fierce grip on the throne. I remember the way Akbar had smiled, no, smirked, when he had taken control, the delusion of invincibility radiating from him. But like a moth drawn to flame, he too was at risk of being burned. The throne was a treacherous seat, surrounded by whispers and daggers, and Akbar had enemies lurking in every corner, as did Humayun. The clash of ambitions was palpable, a tension that could snap like taut string. Humayun felt it in his bones, the electric air crackling with the promise of conflict. I remember the thrill of battle, the rush of adrenaline. But this was different. This wasn't just about reclaiming a throne, it was about reclaiming a shattered identity. Who was he now, but a shadow of a king? The night deepened, wrapping them both in a cloak of uncertainty as the stars blinked like distant eyes. A plan began to form, blurry at first, but then sharpening like a blade. He needed allies, those who still believed in the dream of a united empire. But trust was a fragile currency in these treacherous times. I remember the merchant who had once whispered secrets over wine, the soldier who had sworn loyalty with blood. Where were they now? Had they, too, succumbed to despair? As he moved through the streets, the shadows clung to him, wrapping around him like an embrace, both comforting and suffocating. He saw flickers of life, lovers whispering sweet nothings under the veil of night, children scurrying in play, unaware of the storm brewing above them. I remember the laughter of my own children, bright and enchanting, before the world turned dark. Would they recognize their father in this grave state? And then there was her, a fierce light in a world gone dim. Empress Huma, her name rolled off his tongue like poetry, a balm for his weary heart. He had lost her once, and the ache of that abandonment still burned like acid. Would she stand with him again, or had he lost her entirely to the tide of power? I remember her laughter, bright as the sun breaking through clouds, and the way she had challenged him, always pushing him to be better, to rise above. In a hidden alcove, he found her, surrounded by flickering candlelight, shadows playing across her features. Huma looked up, and for a moment, time froze. The world fell away, leaving only the two of them, a storm raging within that small space. "You came back," she whispered, disbelief mingling with hope. "I had to," he breathed, the weight of his decision hanging heavy. But the question loomed, could she forgive the man he had been, the man who had failed so gravely? I remember the warmth of her hand in his, the promise of a future, and yet the memories of the past hung between them, a spectre of guilt and sorrow. As the night deepened, the air thick with unresolved tension, the clock ticked on, relentless. I remember my father's warnings about time, its fleeting nature, its cruel grasp. In this world, nothing was certain, except the inevitability of fate. Underneath the quiet, the city throbbed with the heartbeat of ambition, betrayal lingering like smoke. The confrontation loomed ahead, a ghost waiting to be born. Each step Humayun took echoed through the streets as if the very earth was holding its breath. In that moment, he became not just a man seeking a throne but a vessel for the hopes, dreams, and fears of those who had been silenced. And as the dawn approached, painting the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, he felt a surge of determination rise within him. I remember what it was to believe fiercely, to fight for love, for honor, for a home. The battle ahead would not just be for a throne, it would be for those who dared to dream, to hope, to rise again. And as the first rays of light began to pierce the darkness, Humayun felt the stirrings of a new beginning. The world may have forgotten him, but he was ready to make it remember. The city was alive with potential, and he was not alone. The night breathed its last, and soon, the echoes of impending conflict would shatter the silence. But for now, he stood resolute, heart racing, a king in the shadows ready to reclaim his world. I remember the thrill of the chase, the promise of the fight, and the undying ember of hope that refused to be extinguished. The return had begun. The moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, casting shadows that danced on the cold stone walls of Panipat Sikri. It was a night thick with anticipation, the kind that clings to the throat like a lump of dread. Beneath that sky, Akbar stood, his heart pounding in rhythm with the turmoil around him. He felt the weight of 1,000 fragile hopes resting on his shoulders, all of them teetering on the edge like tightrope walkers above an abyss. A silent prayer slipped from his lips, but the air held its breath, wrapping him in an eerie stillness. In the distance, the clinking of swords echoed, a harsh reminder that the empire he had built with such meticulous care was crumbling like old parchment. The whispers of rebellion rustled through the air, a creeping vine of discontent that threatened to strangle the very heart of his reign. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for the flicker of a flame, a sign that the storm was upon them. They were coming, an army fueled not just by swords and shields but by rage, betrayal, darker forces that threatened to swallow the peace he so desperately sought. And then there was Jodha, the queen whose beauty was eclipsed only by her fierce spirit. She stood beside him, a tempest contained within the softness of her gaze. In her heart, a war raged unlike any Akbar faced on the battlefield. He could see it, the flickering doubt, the storm that brewed just below the surface. Was she still with him, or had the tide of discontent pulled her away? The question clawed at his insides. I remember the first time I saw you, he whispered, as if the memory could anchor them. Do you remember? Her eyes flashed, the stars reflected in their depths, a constellation of shared dreams. I remember, she said, a tremor in her voice that echoed against the high stone walls. But dreams are fragile, Akbar. And what are dreams when kingdoms crumble? The tension in the air thickened, as if the universe itself was listening, poised on the tip of a blade. Akbar's fingers curled into fists. He had fought to unite the land, to weave together the disparate threads of his empire, yet the very foundation felt like sand slipping through his grasp. He had crafted a tapestry of tolerance, a mosaic of cultures and faiths, yet the clamor for division roared louder than the chants of unity. Your father would have wanted this, Jodha pressed, her voice breaking through the fog of despair. But as the words left her lips, he felt the sharp sting of her truth. His father, the great Humayun, had fallen not to enemies but to himself, trapped in his own indecision, too haunted by his past to seize his future. Akbar's pulse quickened. What if he was destined to repeat that tragic tale? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall man, cloaked in mystery, a spectre from Akbar's past. It was Birbal, his closest confidant, the laughter that rang through the court like music, now replaced by a somber note. The rebels are at the gates, he said, each word a hammer striking the anvil of fear in Akbar's heart. The light of the moon flickered, casting an otherworldly glow around them, as if even the heavens trembled at the news. What is our plan? Akbar demanded, seeking certainty amid the chaos. But Birbal's eyes reflected a troubling truth. the battle was not just external, it was a clash of ideals, a war against the ghosts of their choices. "What we build can be torn down, my lord," he replied, his voice a mere whisper against the rising tide of fear. "But it is the spirit that endures." Akbar felt a surge of desperation. He had constructed a grand empire, but what was an empire without the souls to inhabit it? "I cannot let them take this from us," he breathed, the fire in his heart igniting a fierce resolve. "I will not lose my dream." But dreams are fickle, like shadows dancing in candlelight. One spark, one moment of hesitation, and they can vanish into the night, leaving only smoke in their wake. Jodha grasped his arm, her hand cool and steady, grounding him as the world spun wildly. "Then let us fight, not just for the throne, but for the heart of our people," she urged, fury and passion mingling in her words, igniting a flame within him. A sudden roar echoed from outside the fortress, a harbinger of the chaos to come. Akbar could feel the ground shake and tremble beneath him, a chorus of emotions fraying the edges of his soul. The heartbeats of his soldiers thrummed through the walls, a symphony of fear and courage. He glanced at Jodha, her spirit a beacon in the dark, and he knew what he must do. He took a step forward, and the footsteps felt like thunderclaps. The air thickened with anticipation, the cosmos bearing witness to this moment of reckoning. "Gather the people," he commanded, his voice now strong, resonating with authority. "Let them know that we stand united, that love and hope are stronger than swords and hate." In that moment, he felt the cosmos shift, time stretching like a bowstring, taut and ready to snap. Jodha's smile broke through the shadows, fierce and radiant. "Together, we will show them," she breathed, her voice a promise, a vow tangled in the air, binding them to a destiny far greater than themselves. And as the battle cry rose, echoing through the halls of Fateh Sikri, it felt as if the very heavens opened, pouring down a cascade of stars. For a fleeting heartbeat, there was no fear, no doubt, only the intoxicating rush of hope, a flickering flame that refused to be snuffed out. In that darkness, Akbar found clarity. He was not just a ruler, he was the architect, the dreamer sculpting an empire from the rubble of despair. A tapestry woven with threads of resilience, each strand shimmering with human spirit. And as he rallied his people, the pulse of history thrummed beneath his feet, propelling them towards an uncertain future. A battle was brewing, yes, but it was more than just a clash of swords. It was the embodiment of every sacrifice made, every tear shed, and every dream chased. And in that haunting silence, poised between despair and hope, Akbar knew one truth: the heart of the empire beat not in fear, but in love. And so he stood, a warrior not just of the battlefield, but of the soul, ready to face whatever shadows lay ahead, for the dawn always rises, even after the longest night. The night air was thick, charged with anticipation, the kind that sits in your throat and whispers of revolutions yet to come, of hearts clashing like swords in the dark. It was one of those nights in Fateh Sikri, where the moon hung like an anxious spectator, its pale light casting shadows longer than the regrets of 1,000 lives. Akbar stood in the courtyard, the cool stone beneath his bare feet a stark reminder of his humanity, every breath pulled taut with the weight of a choice that could unravel worlds. I remember the first time I felt the heat of the sun on my face, a child of the desert, reckless and wild. His voice was a low rumble, battling the whispers of courtiers drifting like smoke, all eyes on him, their expectations thickening the air. But now, the sun's warmth feels like a cruel jest, a reminder of the fires I wish to extinguish. He could feel the tension rising, a cacophony of faiths and beliefs swirling within him, a kaleidoscope of colors battling for dominance. Each face in the crowd was a reflection of his struggle, each whisper a reminder of the countless souls yearning for something more than the chains of rigid dogma. Then there was Jahan, his daughter, standing just outside the circle of light, her dark hair framing a face etched with worry. "Father, you cannot be serious." Her words cut through the tension like a dagger. "You cannot play God like this, mixing faiths as if they were spices in a pot. What if it goes wrong?" Her voice trembled, and he felt it echo in the hollows of his chest. She was the embodiment of his dreams, of a future where love flourished like wildflowers in the cracks of a stone wall. Yet within her, he saw the ghost of fear, the very spectre he sought to banish. The fear of losing touch, of being cast aside by the very people he wished to bring together. I remember. I remember when you were just a child, your laughter ringing through these halls, untainted by doubt. The word spilled from his lips, heavy with remembrance. But this is not just for me, my heart. This is for everyone. This is for the future we can shape, a future where no one worships in shadows. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. And what if they turn on you? What if this Din-i-Ilahi becomes a noose instead of a bridge? Then let it be a noose, he replied, voice steady, yet his heart raced. If it means we can inch closer to understanding. I'd rather die igniting flames of hope than live in the cold shadow of fear. In that moment, he could feel the hand of history tightening around his throat. This wasn't merely a decision, it was a declaration, a battle cry cloaked in the silk of a new religion. Din-i-Ilahi, the religion of God, a fabric woven from the threads of Islam, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity. Would it be a tapestry of unity or a chaotic patchwork destined to unravel? Amidst the swirling doubts, there stood Birbal, the clever jester with wisdom sharper than any blade. His laughter could lighten the heaviest of hearts, but now, concern shadowed his usually bright eyes. Your Majesty, are you certain? Not everyone will see your vision. What if the very people you seek to unite turn their backs? Then let them, Akbar replied, his voice a low, defiant growl. Let them turn, but I will have stood for something. For a world where the difference between us is not an abyss, but a bridge to cross. The echoes of his words seemed to vibrate against the stones around them, reverberating into the infinite night. Each syllable was a heartbeat, a pulse of rebellion against centuries of division. But within the shadows lingered ghosts of the past. He thought of the countless lives extinguished in the name of faith, of the bitter wars fought over creeds that should have united rather than divided. I remember the blood spilled on the earth, the cries that filled the air like a haunting melody. The air grew denser, charged with the fear of the unknown, the uncertainty of stepping into uncharted territories. Would his dream of harmony slip through his fingers like sand? Father! Jahanir's voice broke through the haze, raw and fierce. I fear for you. I fear for us all. This path you tread is littered with broken dreams and shattered lives. What if, Eno, he shouted, the word a thunderclap that silenced the whispers surrounding them. What if we continue to walk in the shadows, allowing fear to dictate our every move? What if we choose to live boldly, dangerously, in pursuit of a truth that transcends our divisions? The courtyard held its breath, the night alive with tension. The moonlight flickered, as if wrestling with the darkness, a silent witness to the turmoil that brewed within the hearts of men. Akbar cast his gaze to the stars, those eternal watchmen of fate. I remember the cosmos, vast and unyielding, where we are but whispers in the silence. His thoughts twisted into a spiraling dance of hope and despair, of dreams that could either soar or plummet into the abyss. And as he stood there, a monarch on the precipice of change, he knew that the stakes were high. The clock was ticking, and time had little patience for hesitation. With every heartbeat, the world outside pulsed with life, a tempest of beliefs, cultures, and histories, eager to clash or merge into something divine. In that charged silence, he felt it, the spark of something greater. A vision that could light the way for generations, or light the fuse to a catastrophe. But as he looked into his daughter's tear-streaked face, as he felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath their feet, he understood, change was never born from comfort. Change was the lover that beckoned in the dark, the light that might burn brighter than the stars. And as they stood on the brink of this dizzying abyss, the question loomed larger than life itself: could love conquer fear? Could faith rise from the ashes of division? He would try, for the sake of every soul yearning for a taste of freedom. I remember everything. The air was thick with tension, a silence that screamed louder than 1,000 swords clashing in battle. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me as I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, eyes locked onto the figure of a man on a balcony overlooking the courtyard. His robe, a cascade of deep maroon, fluttered like the banners of a besieged city. That was Akbar, the great emperor, a titan of his time with dreams that soared high above the clouds, yet a soul burdened by the relentless shadows of power. But even he could not escape the coming storm. Today, we decide who will live and who will die, he said, voice steady but eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. This was more than mere governance, it was a game played on the edge of a knife, and Akbar understood that every choice he made would send ripples through the very fabric of the empire, an empire held together by the delicate threads of loyalty and fear. I remember the whispers that surrounded us, like ghostly fingers trailing down my spine. They spoke of the Mansabdari system, a revolutionary structure, a cascading hierarchy that danced between the sublime and the absurd. A system designed to categorize men into ranks, to bind them to loyalty through the promise of power, yet it often turned into a treacherous web, ensnaring those who dared to reach for too much. Among those gathered was a young general named Man Singh, a lion-hearted warrior, but beneath his bravado lay a heart crippled by fear. His loyalty was a beacon in the murky darkness, yet the whispers in his ears told tales of betrayal. What if I rise too high? What if I fall? He pondered, visions of climbing higher, only to plummet into the abyss, intertwining with his thoughts like shadows at dusk. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, a desperate grasp for control in a world that spun wildly out of balance. And then there was Jodha, the empress, whose laughter once filled the halls like sunlight breaking through a storm. Now, it echoed like a distant memory, replaced by the weight of expectation. Her eyes were pools of unspoken sorrow, reflecting the burden she carried, an unyielding desire to see her people thrive, yet knowing that each decision made today could ignite a fire that would consume them all. What have we sacrificed? She would ask in hushed tones, her voice barely a whisper against the gusting winds of change. Betrayal is as common as the dawn, Akbar muttered, almost to himself, as shadows flitted across the courtyard, doubt gnawing at his resolve. The Mansabdari system, a glittering jewel, was now a double-edged sword. He could feel its sharpness pressing against his throat, the realization that the glittering promises of loyalty could quickly dissolve into treachery. Each man ranked, each title bestowed, felt like a game played against the cosmic clock, every decision ticking down to an inevitable confrontation with destiny. They stood in that courtyard, a trio marked by their vulnerabilities, power struggles woven into their very beings. Their fates were entwined like threads in a tapestry, and as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that twisted and turned like serpents, it was clear that they were caught in the throes of something larger than themselves, a reckoning, perhaps, or the end of something sacred. Once, I bathed in dreams, Jodha said, her voice carrying a weight that resonated deep within. Now I wash my hands of blood. She was a warrior in her own right, her grace belying the inner turmoil that roiled beneath. The empire was both her home and her prison, and every rank she saw bestowed upon others felt like a dagger thrust into her own heart. Akbar's gaze shifted to her, and for a moment, the air between them crackled with electricity, laden with unspoken words, desires, and fears. We are all chained, he admitted, the vulnerability in his voice sharp enough to slice through the night. Chained by our own ambitions. And then, the moment shattered like glass, an urgent shout echoed from the courtyard, pulling us back into the present. Rebels, hungry for power and justice, surged forward like a tide of chaos, and in that moment, everything became clear. The Mansabdari system was not just a structure, it was a battlefield, a crucible where loyalty could morph into treachery in the blink of an eye. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped them like an old cloak, heavy with history. I could see Akbar's fingers twitch, a king caught in the tempest of his own creation. The empire was vast, but beneath the surface, the currents were churning. Fear and hope wrestled for dominance, and as Man Singh drew himself up, ready for battle, I felt the intertwining fates of these flawed souls pressing down on me like the weight of the sky. I remember when loyalty was simple, he murmured, almost to himself, the battle cry of the rebels ringing in his ears. Now I'm not sure I remember what it means. The world seemed to hold its breath as they faced the abyss, the echoes of their choices rippling forward like the wings of a bird soaring into the infinite night. They were men and women of flesh and blood, caught in the relentless machinery of ambition, love, and betrayal. The urgency of their predicament resonated deeply, each heartbeat a reminder of their mortality, each breath a testament to their desires. The clock ticked on, an eternal reminder that time was running out. The horizon darkened, and I was left standing on the precipice of chaos, staring into the heart of the Mansabdari system. In that moment, I understood, power is a dance, a precarious balance between hope and despair, and every step could lead to salvation or ruin. As shadows lengthened and the rebels surged forward, I knew the story would continue, a never-ending loop of ambition and consequence, echoing through the annals of time. The question lingered, heavy in the air: who among them would survive to tell the tale, and who would be swallowed by the darkness? The night was suffocating, the air charged with an anticipation so thick it pressed against the skin. Shadows danced along the walls of the ancient fort, their movements eerie, almost mocking. I stood in the courtyard, breathless, heart thundering like war drums. It was a night that would reverberate through time, a night painted in the blood of betrayal. I could feel it, a storm was brewing, and the winds whispered secrets of impending doom. Karen, with eyes like storm clouds, paced before me, his hands clenching and unclenching, an instinctual rhythm born from anxiety. "We can't trust them," he snarled, the words laced with desperation. His loyalty to our clan burned fiercely, but loyalty can twist into chains, heavy and unyielding. I remembered when trust was a simple glance, a shared laugh, before love became a battlefield, before alliances frayed at the seams and turned enemies into ghosts. Across the courtyard, I could see Davy, her silhouette etched against the flickering torchlight, a haunting beauty who held the power to sway hearts and fortunes alike. I had loved her once, but the sweet taste of that love had soured into something bitter. Her face was a mask of determination, resolute as she contemplated the impossible choices ahead. She was my heart and my curse, noble blood ran through her veins, yet she bore the weight of 1,000 expectations. I yearned to reach for her, to pull her out of the shadows, yet fear gripped me. Would I be saving her, or dragging her into the abyss with me? A betrayal like this could unravel everything we built, Karen said, his voice low, tinged with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. You know what they want. They don't care about us. It's power they crave. Each word struck like arrows, piercing through layers of denial. The rival clan had set their sights on our lands, their ambition stretching like a dark cloud, casting shadows over our future. Alliances forged in blood could fracture just as easily. I thought of the fragile parchment, the promises written with ink that now seemed like curses. I remembered the laughter, the feasts, the comfort of shared stories beneath the stars. But even stars can die, and the heavens whispered of a coming reckoning. My heart raced with the weight of the decisions looming ahead. Did we stand united, or splinter apart in fear? Davy stepped forward, her voice steady, yet laced with emotion. We can't turn our backs on the pact, on our people. They need us. Her words wrapped around me like a shroud, echoing the fears I refused to voice. The thought of betrayal twisted in my gut, a serpent curling tighter and tighter. What if this was a trap? What if our desperation led us along the path of no return? But in her gaze, I saw the flicker of hope, the belief that perhaps, just perhaps, we could emerge from the darkness unscathed. I wanted to believe it, to grasp onto her certainty like a lifeline. But doubt gnawed at me, a hungry beast that whispered sweet nothings of despair. What if the price of loyalty is our lives? I asked, my voice cracking, the uncertainty spilling forth. What if honor becomes our funeral song? The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant howls of night creatures, as if the very world was holding its breath. Karen turned to me, his face a mask of defiance. Then we fight, brother. We fight until our last breath. His conviction was a flame, igniting the fading embers of my own resolve. But what did fighting mean? To wage war on our brothers, to spill blood in the name of old grudges. The echoes of past battles and the ghosts of those lost haunted me, a cacophony of grief that wrapped around my heart like chains. Davy stepped closer, her hand brushing against mine, a fleeting moment of warmth, a reminder of what we were fighting for. We will face whatever comes, she whispered, and for a moment, I was lost in her gaze, a sea of deep water swirling with unspoken emotions. The weight of the world felt lighter, if only just for a heartbeat. But even fleeting moments can shatter into pieces, leaving behind shards that cut deep. A sudden tremor in the air jolted me back to the present. A rider, cloaked in shadows, burst into the courtyard. Panic erupted like wildfire, flames licking at our chests. "They are coming," the rider shouted, breathless, eyes wide with terror. "The enemy, preparing for war." My heart plummeted, fear coiling around my throat like a vice. Karen's face hardened, rage igniting in his eyes like a wildfire, while Davy's expression turned resolute, a mask of bravery that barely masked the fear beneath. This was it, the moment that would etch our names into the annals of history, if we survived. "Tighten the defenses," Karen ordered, his voice sharp and commanding, cutting through the tension like a knife. He stepped forward as the chaos unfurled around us, becoming the leader I knew he could be, though I felt a chill settle in my bones. I stared at Davy, our eyes locking in a silent promise: if we were to fall, we would do so together. The distance between us closed, yet the chasm of uncertainty loomed larger than ever.
Would love prove strong enough to withstand the storm?
My heart raced, pounding a frantic rhythm against my chest as the shadows of war curled closer, hungry for blood, for vengeance. As we prepared for the onslaught, I felt the echoes of time press upon me, memories intertwining with the present. I remembered laughter fading into screams, the clinking of swords, and the stench of smoke, mingling with the scent of fresh earth. The cosmos spun, indifferent to our fate as we stood on the precipice of destruction. The clock was ticking, each second a heartbeat, each breath a reminder that we were alive, even as darkness threatened to consume us whole. And in the midst of chaos, we would find our truths. What lay ahead was unknown, but as I glanced at Karen and Davy, I knew one thing: we would face it, together, or not at all. And so, under the weight of fate and fury, the night unfurled its dark wings, wrapping us in a shroud of dread, anticipation, and the thin veneer of hope. The battle loomed on the horizon, an abyss into which we would willingly leap. We were not just warriors, we were souls entwined in a dance of destiny, bound together by love, fear, and a shared commitment to rise or fall as one. The night would tell our story, and it would be a tale for the ages. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood, a stench that clung to the throat like a lover's last whisper. I stood on the precipice, the jagged rocks crumbling beneath my feet, and watched as flames danced in the distance, consuming the remnants of what had once been a village. The crackling fire sang a song of despair, and the screams of the dying echoed through the night, a chorus of lost hopes and shattered dreams. I could feel my heart pounding, a relentless drumbeat urging me to flee, yet something held me there, anchored to the spot, paralyzed by the horror. "Sabine!" I could hear Jareth's voice slicing through the chaos, frantic and filled with a raw urgency that made my stomach churn. His silhouette appeared through the haze, a warrior forged in the fires of conflict, his armor tarnished but still gleaming under the flickering lights of destruction. I'd known him as a boy, once innocent and dreaming. But now? Now, he was a tempest, a force of nature spiraling into darkness. "Help me," he cried, collapsing in front of me, blood oozing from a gash on his brow. His eyes, usually so bright, were dimmed by fear and desperation. "We have to escape. They're coming for us." But how could I leave? The lives lost, the faces I once knew, etched in my mind like a twisted mural of horror. I remembered Lyra, her laughter bubbling like a brook, now silenced forever, drowned by our empire's insatiable hunger. A tear slipped down my cheek, a single bead of sorrow in a sea of anguish. "Sabine, please!" Jareth's voice broke through my reverie. The weight of his gaze bore into me, pleading for action, for a flicker of hope in a world where the sun had long since set. I stepped forward, the ground shifting beneath me, and felt the pulse of the earth, angry and alive. They had called it expansion, but I knew better. It was conquest dressed in fine robes of glory, one man's ambition cloaked in the blood of innocence. I clenched my fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms, and tried to shake off the memories of family, laughter, and love. They were whispers in the back of my mind, ghosts haunting the ruins of my heart. What have we become? Jareth's expression turned grave, and in that moment, we were not just soldiers in an empire, we were two souls grappling with the weight of our own choices. "We're warriors," he murmured, a mantra that rang hollow. "We do what we must." But I was not convinced. I remembered the stories whispered in the dark, tales of glorious conquests and heroic deeds. But the truth was a bitter brew, tasting of ash and regret. We were the harbingers of destruction, the ones who carried the banners of a false god, tearing apart lives in the name of power. The sound of hooves thundered behind us, the clattering like a death knell. Shadows loomed on the horizon, silhouetted figures riding towards us, their eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. Jareth's grip tightened around my wrist, pulling me back from the abyss. There was a decision to make, a choice that hung in the air like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. Run! The command burst from my lips, a primal instinct ignited by fear. The urge to flee coursed through my veins, a visceral response to a world unraveling at the seams. We dashed through the charred remains, the heat of the flames searing our skin, leaving scars that would never fade. We raced side by side, past memories of laughter and warmth now reduced to ash. I could almost hear Lyra's voice, a haunting echo urging me to turn back, to save what was left of our home. But there was no home anymore, only the relentless march of an empire hungry for more land, more blood, more power. With every step, the weight of our actions crashed down like a tidal wave, threatening to drown us in guilt. Jareth stumbled, and the sight of him faltering sent a bolt of terror through me. No! I cried, turning back, the world spinning around us, a kaleidoscope of chaos and courage. Go! Save yourself, he shouted, voice raw, desperation spilling over like a broken dam. My heart ached, twisted in knots as I watched him battle against the tide of darkness pouring in like a flood. I can't leave you. Panic threatened to swallow me whole, but the echoes of the past screamed louder, reminding me of every choice I had made, every life I had taken. The enemy was upon us, their laughter ringing like the chimes of fate, mocking and cruel. My breath came in ragged gasps as I fought with my own spirit, a battle between loyalty and survival. The lines blurred, and I felt my sanity unravel, the threads of reality fraying like an ancient tapestry. Sabine, go! Jareth's voice boomed, pulling me from the brink. With a shattered heart, I turned away, forcing my legs to sprint, the ground beneath me a battlefield of memories. I could still hear the clatter of hooves, the shouts of warriors, a chorus of violence chasing me into the night. I ran into the shadows, where memories and nightmares coiled together like serpents, where the weight of bloodshed hung heavy in the air. The empire had expanded, yes, but at what cost? I was an unwilling participant in this grand tragedy, a pawn in a game that had spiraled beyond my control. And as I fled, the screams of the fallen echoed in my mind, a haunting symphony that would never truly silence. The world behind me burned, and with every heartbeat, I felt the Empire's pulse continue, a relentless force driving us all deeper into darkness. I had escaped, but the ghosts remained, forever lurking in the corners of my mind, whispering truths I could not face. The expansion of the Empire would not end here, it was only the beginning. The night was alive, trembling with whispers of ghosts and the clinking of glass. I remember the flicker of oil lamps casting eerie shadows on the walls of the Mughal court. There, beneath the opulent arches of red sandstone, a storm brewed, not in the skies, but in the very hearts of the men and women who walked these hallowed grounds. It was an era wrapped in silk and sorrow, where every brushstroke on a canvas echoed the unspoken pain of a world both beautiful and grotesque. In the midst of it all stood Jahangir, the emperor whose passion for art was eclipsed only by his tumultuous soul. He was a man of contradictions, a dreamer caught in the snare of despair, clutching onto his opulent goblet of wine filled with memories and regrets. The weight of his crown pressed heavily against his brow, a reminder that brilliance often comes at a price. He gazed at the paintings that adorned the walls, not merely art, but parts of his fractured identity, fragments of a life lived in vivid detail yet marred by shadows. Beside him, Nur Jahan, the empress, glided like a tempest, her spirit fierce yet vulnerable, caught in the web of love and ambition. I remember her laughter, a melody that could shatter glass, yet the way her eyes flickered with unshed tears told a different story. She wielded her power with elegance, a delicate balance of strength and tenderness, but there was an urgency in her heart, an unrelenting fear that the very empire she had helped build could crumble at any moment. The tension between them was palpable, a silent scream echoing in the chambers of their hearts. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken words, a gravity that pulled them closer yet kept them apart. Jahangir sought solace in the beauty of his surroundings, his fingers brushing the silk of a tapestry depicting a hunt, the blood of the slain deer seeping into the fabric, an unsettling reminder of the lives lost, including his own soul. I remember how his fingers trembled, poised above the canvas, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his conflict, the need to capture beauty while being haunted by the ugly truths of his reign. "Art is my refuge," he murmured, his voice a ghostly echo in the stillness. But beneath each stroke of his brush lay a haunting fear. Would his art outlive him, or would it fade like the ink upon the parchment? The silence that enveloped them felt too heavy, too raw, the unshed tears of 1,000 untold stories hanging like a storm on the horizon. And there was Abdur-Rahim, the poet, a man whose words danced like fireflies in the night, illuminating the darkness with sincerity and wit. The love that ignited 1,000 passions and bore the burden of 1,000 insecurities. I remember the way she stood beside him, regal yet fragile, her heart racing beneath layers of silk and lace. Her eyes sparkled, a mixture of adoration and fear as she watched him transform from man to emperor. But beneath that beauty, a tempest brewed, a haunting thought that reverberated within her mind. Would this power change him? An instant. "Your Majesty," he spoke one evening, the words trembling on his lips, "what is art if not the echo of our souls, the cry against the silence of our fears?" Jahangir turned to him, eyes glistening with unshed emotions. "And what is life if not a canvas stained with the colors of our regrets?" The room shuddered, time itself seemed to hang suspended, a clock ticking away moments of heartache. The shadows danced, whispering tales of love and loss, of triumph and despair. I could feel the air thickening, a palpable tension that threatened to unravel the delicate tapestry of their lives. With each passing moment, I felt the layers of their fears peel away, revealing a rawness that struck at the core of my being. The conflict was not just between them, but within each of their souls, a struggle against the weight of expectations, the demands of duty, and the incessant desire for freedom. They were trapped in a gilded cage, their lives marked by the paintings that adorned the walls, beautiful, yet a constant reminder of their burdens. In an act of defiance, Nur Jahan clasped her hands, her voice steady yet carrying the tremors of the storm within. "We are the authors of our fate, Jahangir. We must paint our destiny with the colors of our truth." Jahangir's gaze hardened, as if struck by an invisible arrow. The vulnerability in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind. "But at what cost, my love? We are both the artist and the canvas, the painter and the painted. Each stroke reveals a truth we are not ready to face." Their words hung in the air, mingling with the scent of sandalwood and the distant echoes of courtly laughter, a haunting reminder of an empire built on beauty yet stained by blood. Abdur-Rahim stood in the shadows, his heart pounding as he scribbled furiously, capturing the moment, the anguish, the defiance, the love that wrapped around them like a shroud. I remember the way the flickering lights reflected in their eyes, the way their souls danced on the precipice of despair and hope. It felt like a fragile thread stretched taut, ready to snap at any moment. Would they break free from the chains of their circumstances, or would they succumb to the weight of expectation, their desires crushed beneath the grandeur of a legacy? The night deepened, shadows lengthened, and as I stood there, I felt the pulse of their stories intertwining, a haunting melody that would echo through the ages. Each heartbeat resonated with the truth of their lives, art intertwined with anguish, love wrapped in turmoil, ambition shadowed by fear. This was not merely a court, it was a crucible, a place where dreams and nightmares collided, a canvas stained with the raw hues of existence. And as the moon cast its silvery glow, I understood, the true masterpiece was not in the art that adorned the walls, but in the very essence of those who dared to create, to love, and to dream in a world that demanded so much more than they could ever give. In that moment, I felt the gravity of their struggles, the richness of their emotions, and I clutched onto it, knowing that their story was far from over. The echoes of their heartache whispered through the air, promising a continuation, a loop that would draw the world into the depths of their entwined fates. The air crackled with tension as Nur Jahan stood at the balcony of her opulent palace, the night cloaking her like a shroud. Below, the city of Agra pulsed with life, the sounds of laughter mingling with whispered conspiracies. But even the joyous voices felt muted, as if the universe itself held its breath. A distant torch flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like ghosts along the walls. She had never felt so alive, and yet, so trapped. I remember the weight of that moment. 1,000 hearts beat in the darkness, echoing my own, each pulse a reminder of the looming chaos. The empire hung in a delicate balance, and as the beloved wife of Emperor Jahangir, I was both a beacon of strength and a target. What does it feel like to wield power as a woman, I often wondered. To be the sun and the shadow, to inspire both love and fear. Nah, come away from the edge. A voice pulled me from my reverie. It was Meru-Nissa, my closest confidant whose laughter often cut through the thickest of tensions. Yet now, her eyes were clouded with unease. You're giving the palace guards a heart attack. They think you plan to leap into the abyss. Maybe I do, I replied, a smile masking my turmoil. Maybe I want to escape this gilded cage. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing the delicate fabric of my gown. You know running won't solve anything. There are whispers, dangerous ones. The court is rife with envy. They want your crown, nah. I could almost taste the bitterness in her words. The court was a viper's nest, each courtier a glimmering serpent, coiled and ready to strike. I had played the game, entranced them with my beauty and wit, yet the very skills that had brought me to this point now felt like chains. I longed for connection, for love, and yet my heart was a battlefield. Memory swirled like smoke, haunting. I recalled the first time I met Jahangir, his gaze piercing through my facade. He had seen me, truly seen me, beneath the layers of silk and jewels. It was intoxicating. But that heady romance faded into a relentless struggle for survival in the twisted corridors of power. Love, I realized, was often a mask. A masquerade that hid the blooded truth of ambition. Nur Jahan, Empress of the Mughal Empire, I whispered to myself, the title feeling heavy and foreign, like a crown forged from iron instead of gold. Yet, it was mine. I had earned it with every calculated move, every sacrifice. But what was the cost? I turned to Meru-Nissa, her face lit by the moonlight, revealing the deep lines of worry etched on her brow. Do you think I betrayed him? Who? She hesitated, but even in the silence, I heard the answer. I had betrayed myself, lost in a role I had crafted. My ambitions had pushed me into a labyrinth of shadows. I had wanted power, but I had also wanted love. How could I reconcile these desires? A distant laugh echoed from the palace below, Jahangir, his voice like music laced with danger. He was charming all who approached him, a king draped in charisma, yet I sensed a storm brewing. His affection for me was a double-edged sword, and as much as it elevated me, it also bound me tighter. The more his heart swelled for me, the more it alienated me from the very throne I sat upon. I closed my eyes, inviting the chaos to wash over me. I remember the first taste of blood on my hands, the moment I realized that power often demanded a price. I had made enemies, ruthless ones, who whispered in dark corners, plotting my downfall. No, listen to me. Meru-Nissa's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, a lifebuoy in turbulent waters. You are more than just a beautiful face beside a throne. You must use your voice, your power. You can steer the course of this empire. Steer it where? I shot back, the frustration bubbling over. Into the abyss? I am a woman in a world where men wield swords and I am armed with, what? Charm? Elegance? I am a pawn in their game. Her eyes narrowed, fierce. You are the queen, no. You have the power to command armies, to shape destinies. Don't let their fear dim your light. But within me, the storm raged on. I thought of the nights filled with whispers, plotting my next move, trying to garner support from the nobles, to fortify my position against those who lurked in the shadows. Who could I trust? I was merely a woman in a man's world, and every step forward felt like slipping on the edge of a blade. I watched as the skies darkened, stars hidden behind a veil of ominous clouds. The very cosmos seemed to conspire against me, reminding me of my insignificance. Dreams flickered like fireflies, elusive and haunting. I wanted to be more than just a companion, a muse. I yearned to be the architect of my own fate in a realm where women were but echoes. Tomorrow's light will reveal all, I whispered, though doubt gnawed at my heart. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, a gathering of the court that would decide my fate.
Would I emerge unscathed, or would I fall into the shadows, forgotten?
As I turned to face Meru-Nissa, I saw the flicker of resolve in her eyes. You are not alone, nah. You can face them. You just need to remember who you are. The words hung in the air, wrapping around me like a warm blanket in the frigid night. Empowered, I took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of my own spirit. The night was heavy with portent, yet within that weight was a promise, a possibility glimmering like distant starlight. I remembered that even in darkness, there was a spark waiting to ignite. And in that moment, I realized I had the power to craft my own destiny, a beautiful cacophony of love, ambition, and rebellion. The stakes were high, the world unforgiving, but I would rise, not as a mere shadow beside a king, but as Nur Jahan, the woman who would shape the fate of an empire. With each heartbeat, I felt the tension thrum, alive, pulsing through the air, a countdown to the storm that awaited. And I would not shy away from it. Not now. Not ever. The clock struck midnight, and the air was thick with a silence that felt like a scream, echoing through the grand halls of the Red Fort. Shah Jahan stood at the balcony, staring into the darkness, where shadows danced like phantoms across the moonlit gardens. The weight of 1,000 dreams pressed against his chest, each one more fragile than the last. He remembered the day he promised Mumtaz Mahal the stars. I will give you the moon, my love, he had whispered, but now, even the moon seemed distant. He gripped the railing, knuckles white, as the past clawed at him. Memories flickered like dying embers, laughter shared beneath the boughs of blooming jasmine, her laughter like the tinkling of glass, delicate yet piercing. But time, that cruel thief, had stolen her, leaving him hollow. The ornate stones of the fort felt cold beneath his fingertips, a sharp contrast to the warmth of her presence that once filled these walls. Your Majesty! A voice, hesitant and strained, broke the stillness, a whisper of hope in an ocean of despair. It belonged to Aurangzeb, his son, whose eyes held a simmering conflict, a tempest brewing beneath a calm facade. The ministers await your decision on the next campaign. The urgency hung heavy between them, but the words felt empty, devoid of meaning in the face of such loss. Shah Jahan turned slowly, caught in the liminal space between duty and grief. Aurangzeb was a mirror, reflecting every ounce of turmoil that twisted within him. What is a kingdom without love? He shot back, the words sharp as daggers. What glory lies in conquest when my heart lies buried in the earth? Aurangzeb flinched, a flicker of rebellion igniting within him. Father, the empire requires strength. The throne demands resolve. You cannot dwell in sorrow while the world crumbles around us. The son's voice was a brittle thread, each syllable trembling, as if daring to challenge the shadow of a man who had built a legacy on love, yet now found himself shackled by grief. Outside, the night hummed with the sounds of the city, distant drums, the murmur of a night market where souls bartered for dreams, laughter, and cries blending into a symphony of life. But here, within these walls, decay whispered, painting the air with bitterness. Shah Jahan closed his eyes, letting the memories wash over him, the visions of white marble and blue skies, of a tomb that would rise as a monument to his heart's desire. I remember, he murmured, voice breaking, the way her smile could light up the darkest nights. I remember the promises we made, words wrapped in silk and sealed with kisses. Each recollection bore the weight of 1,000 sighs, his heart racing with the pace of betrayal. And now? What remains? Only shadows and echoes. Your Majesty, Aurangzeb pressed, desperation creeping into his tone. If you do not act, others will seize the power you built. They will take your dreams and twist them into nightmares. The son's resolve was palpable, though it trembled under the burden of loyalty and ambition. Torn between love for his father and his hunger for power, he was a tempest caught between the walls of duty and desire. The golden age was crumbling into a tapestry of choices and consequences, and Shah Jahan felt the thread slipping from his grasp. He looked at Aurangzeb, the boy who would become his adversary, and in that moment, he saw the haunted reflection of himself, a man too engulfed in sorrow to act, too afraid of his own shadows. You speak of power, but what is a throne without love? The silence between them crackled, electric and charged. Aurangzeb's jaw clenched, a flicker of defiance igniting in the depths of his eyes. Love is a luxury, father, one the empire cannot afford. A gust of wind swept across the balcony, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and decay, a haunting reminder of the past. Shah Jahan clenched his fists, the night growing colder, as if the cosmos itself mourned alongside him. And what will you do, Aurangzeb? What will you build on the ashes of love? I will forge a dynasty, he declared, each word a blade slicing through the air, one that stands eternal, a legacy untarnished by the fickleness of the heart. The intensity surged, a chasm opening wide beneath them, as father and son stood on the precipice of a choice, the weight of an empire pressing down upon their shoulders. Shah Jahan felt the ancient stones of the fort tremble, a warning of the storm brewing within, love or power, heart or crown. In the heart of the city, the Taj Mahal awaited, a silent witness to the turmoil unfolding. Shah Jahan had envisioned it as a testament to love, but now it loomed as a ghost, a reminder of everything he had lost, an edifice of dreams that may turn into a prison of regrets. I see you, he finally said, voice low and heavy, lost in this relentless pursuit of power. But I fear, my son, you do not yet understand the sacrifices it demands. The sorrow in his voice wrapped around them like a shroud, as the moon cast its silver light over their entangled fates. Aurangzeb stepped forward, as if seeking to bridge the chasm, but the air thickened with unspoken words. His brow furrowed, a storm brewing in the depths of his gaze. Then teach me, father. Teach me how to wield this power you cherish so dearly. For if love is the currency of the heart, then I will learn to trade in strength. The words hung in the air, a promise and a threat, intertwining like the tendrils of smoke from a distant fire. As the night deepened, the city continued its dance of life, oblivious to the turmoil within the fort's walls. Each heartbeat became a drum, echoing the clash of desires, dreams, and the relentless pursuit of an empire caught in the throes of its own contradictions. The moon shone brighter, illuminating the path that lay ahead, yet shrouded in shadows. In that moment, Shah Jahan understood, this battle between love and power was not just his own, it was a lineage of choices stretching into eternity. And as he gazed into Aurangzeb's fierce eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, for the future was unwritten, and the echoes of their choices would ripple through the ages, haunting the very foundations of the empire he had built on love. Chapter 14. The construction of the Taj Mahal, a symbol of love. The air hung thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth and sweat, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, lightning crackling like the whispers of restless souls. I stood there, my feet planted on the damp ground, a frigid wind biting at my skin, heart pounding as if it sought to escape. I could see him, Shah Jahan, the man who once dreamed of love, now a figure cloaked in despair, staring at a skeletal structure rising from the mud, his face a mask of anguish, each line deepening with every heartbeat, each breath a reminder of loss. I remember how it felt, the urgency of a moment suspended in time, the weight of grief pressing against my chest. This will be her home, he murmured, his voice barely a ghost in the howling wind. A testament to our love. But what a hollow promise it was becoming. The Taj Mahal, an edifice meant to breathe life into memories, was instead transforming into a prison, binding him with chains of sorrow. Beside him, his architect, Ustad Ahmed Lahori, watched with a furrowed brow, his heart caught in a tempest of ambition and fear. This was no ordinary commission, it was a plea carved from desperation. Majesty, the marble won't withstand the storms, he urged, his voice cracking, trembling like the fragile structures they were erecting. The foundation must be stronger. But what a strength when the heart is made of glass. I remember Ahmed, a man driven by visions of grandeur, yet haunted by the spectre of the very project he had birthed. Each chisel stroke echoed with the agony of creation, every stone laid was a reminder of the woman who had been snatched from life, Mumtaz Mahal, the muse whose laughter once filled the halls of the palace. As he carved, he imagined her smile, radiant as the sun, yet all he could see was her absence, an echo that gnawed at his soul. In the shadows, the laborers toiled, their backs bent, faces streaked with the grime of relentless work. I remember the way their eyes flickered with dreams of tomorrow, yet reality ground them into the earth. One day, one whispered, voice raw with hope, this will be the greatest monument in the world. But dreams are fragile, aren't they? Like the delicate petals of a flower crushed underfoot. In that moment, the storm broke, rain lashing down, drenching the earth, washing away the dust of their fears. I could hear the clamor of tools striking stone, the rhythm a haunting lullaby echoing through the chaos, each sound a heartbeat, each raindrop a tear shed not for loss alone, but for love that could never be reclaimed. The structure rose defiantly, a white ghost against the stormy sky, yet it felt like an omen, the very air crackling with unfulfilled promises. Why do you build? I wanted to cry out. What is love without the one you cherish? But the question hung, unanswered, as I felt the weight of history pressing down, a palpable force reminding me of the ephemeral nature of time. The sky darkened, clouds swirling like the memories in Jahan's mind, a kaleidoscope of joy and agony. To honor her, he choked, as if the very act of creation could erase the void in his heart, to show the world what love can achieve. Yet, to whom was he speaking? The heavens? The earth? Or was it merely an echo in the cavern of his own despair? I remember the moment when Ahmed dared to confront him, fueled by desperation. "Majesty," he said, voice trembling, "the beauty of this monument cannot bring her back. We must live, we must breathe. Let her go." The words hung heavy in the air, a knife slicing through the fog of sorrow. Jahan turned, his eyes blazing, raw with pain. "How dare you," he hissed, the rage of a man who could not yet accept the truth of loss. "You think this will end with her death? This is just the beginning." The earth trembled beneath their feet, the storm a reflection of the tempest within. I could feel Ahmed's heart racing, a drum echoing the urgency of his plea. "Majesty, the rain falls in torrents, yet we cannot drown in our grief. We must finish this, yes, but we must live in her memory, not die in her shadow." And in that moment, the air shifted. The storm paused, just for a heartbeat, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. Ahmed, torn between loyalty and fear, clutched the marble in his hands, feeling its coldness, its weight, as if it were a piece of his own heart. "Let us build something that breathes, that lives, that speaks of love, not just loss," he implored, the desperation in his voice cutting through the storm. But Jahan's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the clouds parted like the rift in his soul, light spilling through, illuminating the ghostly outline of the Taj Mahal. "I will not let her memory fade into silence," he declared, firm yet trembling, the echo of his determination ringing louder than the thunder. "This will be a beacon. A promise of love eternal." I remember the stillness that followed, how it felt as if time itself had stopped. The rain, the cries of laborers, the heartbeat of the earth, all faded, leaving only a lingering tension, a fragile thread between hope and despair, a promise that teetered on the edge of oblivion. And as the storm raged on, I felt the pull of history, the intertwining of dreams and nightmares, the rising of a monument forged in agony, yet steeped in love. The construction of the Taj Mahal was far from over, it was merely the beginning of a tale that would echo through time, a dance between light and shadow, a testament to the unwavering spirit of a man lost in the labyrinth of his own emotions. The clock ticked in the distance, each second a reminder that love, like time, was a relentless force, and as the storm rumbled ominously above, the monument stood, half-finished, half-dreamed, a symbol of love, a shadow of tragedy, a heartbeat that refused to be silenced. And in that haunting moment, I understood, the Taj Mahal was more than stone and marble, it was the living embodiment of a love that would never die. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and iron, a burning reminder of the chaos that had descended upon the Deccan. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the flickering flames, heart pounding as he clutched his sword tighter. The ground beneath him trembled with the distant echoes of war cries, a symphony of desperation and fury that pierced the night. He remembered the tranquility of his village, once filled with laughter and light, now swallowed by darkness. "Raja!" A friend's voice shattered his reverie, urgent and strained. It was Mohan, his closest companion since boyhood, eyes wide with fear. "We must move before they find us." Raja's throat tightened. He had come to the Deccan not just as a soldier, but as a protector. "What of the others?" "We can't leave them." Mohan's face twisted in anguish. "They're lost, Raja. Can't you see? This is a trap." Panic clawed at Raja's insides, bile rising as he thought of his family, the simple wooden house they had built together, the soft sound of his sister's laughter like a soothing balm. But now, all he could hear was the clashing of swords and the cries of the dying. He felt like a ghost in his own life, stuck between duty and despair. In the chaos, a third figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, Leela, the healer. Even in the midst of bloodshed, her presence was like an anchor. She had seen the worst of humanity yet somehow retained a spark of hope. "Raja," she whispered, urgency lacing her tone. "We need you. The wounded are countless, and even in crisis, hope can bloom." Her words struck him like a lightning bolt. He remembered tending to the villagers, bandaging wounds, offering solace. Would he allow fear to erase that? "Let's go," he said, voice hoarse but resolute. He surged forward, leaving the comfort of memories behind, his life now a fragile thread woven into the fabric of conflict. The landscape unfolded like a tortured canvas, dotted with crumbling fortresses and remnants of once thriving cities. Each stone whispered secrets of betrayal and ambition, the echoes of kings and commoners alike. They moved through the shadows, hearts beating like war drums, each stride a battle against the fear creeping into their minds. Ahead, the flicker of torchlight beckoned, a beacon of desperation. The wounded lay sprawled on the ground, faces pale and eyes wide with terror, whispering prayers into the night. Raja felt the weight of their suffering, a weight that could crush him, but he would not bend. He knelt beside them, the mingled scent of blood and sweat overwhelming, yet he found purpose. "Stay with me," he urged, voice steady, finding strength in the connection. "You're not alone. We fight together." He saw the glimmer of gratitude in their eyes, a fleeting moment where pain transformed into resilience. In that instant, he was not just a soldier, he was a beacon of hope, pulling them from the abyss. But with each life he touched, the burden grew heavier. Mohan, relentless and fierce, fought by his side, but there was a darkness lurking within him. "Raja, what if we lose? What if our courage isn't enough?" His voice trembled, a crack in the facade of bravery. Raja met his gaze, the weight of friendship and fear coiling around them. "What choice do we have? To falter?" "We either rise or fall," he said, the words tasting like bitter ash. What if he was wrong? What if courage became their downfall? Then, amidst the chaos, a figure appeared, a soldier from the opposing forces, eyes blazing with fury and pain. The battle was not just fought with steel but with souls entwined in conflict. Raja felt the pull of recognition, a ghost from another life. "Why are you here?" the soldier spat, voice steeped in bitterness, a mirror reflecting all his fears. "You know nothing of loss. You take from us what we hold dear." And there it was, the truth unspooled in the heat of battle. Raja's heart ached for the soldier's pain, for it mirrored his own. "I know loss," he shouted, rage and sorrow intertwining. "But must we fight? Can we not find a way to heal?" The soldier hesitated, and in that split second, the world seemed to hang suspended, the air charged with unshed tears and unspoken words. But the moment slipped away like sand through fingers, replaced by the clamor of steel and cries for vengeance. Time blurred. Days stretched into nights, nights into an endless cycle of agony. Each battle deepened the scars on their souls, each friend lost marked a piece of them fading away. Leela, ever steadfast, bandaged wounds, but her spirit dimmed with each life she couldn't save, her laughter replaced by the haunting silence of those they couldn't reach. "Raja," she said one night, her voice a fragile thread. "What are we fighting for? Do we even know?" His heart clenched. He wanted to say something profound, something that could ignite a spark of meaning in this relentless void. For survival, for a future, he managed, but even he felt the emptiness behind the words. Then came the day the battle turned against them. Surrounded and outnumbered, despair clawed at their throats. The last bastion of hope flickered like a candle in the storm. Mohan's face, once so full of fire, now drained of color, reflected the encroaching darkness. "We can't keep this up," he gasped, blood staining his tunic, a stark reminder of their mortality. "What if this is how we end?" Raja's breath caught in his throat, a choking reminder of everything they had fought for. No, he shouted, defiance fueled by love and loss. We will not go quietly into the night. We will scream into the darkness. And as they charged forward, hearts pounding in rhythm, the night erupted, an explosion of sound and fury, the clash of swords, a curdled symphony of sorrow and strength. The Deccan stretched before them, a land that had seen too much ambition, too much bloodshed. But amid the chaos, they fought not just for their lives but for a sliver of hope, a chance to rewrite the narrative that had sought to erase them. And in that moment, they were not merely soldiers, they were the architects of their own destiny, carving a legacy from the ashes of despair. The shadows loomed, the ghosts of their choices whispered, but they refused to be defined by the darkness. The cosmos spun above, indifferent yet luminous, as the battle raged on, an eternal dance of conflict, the heart of humanity laid bare. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding orange and crimson across the sky, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms over the cobblestone streets of Agra. A scream shattered the evening air, a woman's wail echoing through the bazaars, haunting, raw, desperate. My heart raced, pounding against the cage of my ribs, as I stood paralyzed, surrounded by chaos. The marketplace, once vibrant, now buzzed with grim urgency. Crates of spices lay overturned, their fragrant contents spilling like lost treasures, while the scent of desperation mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Arjamand, a trader with dreams as vast as the horizon, stood at the edge of the commotion. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of his ambition, the suffocating pressure of wanting to succeed in a world that thrived on uncertainty. I remember the first time I saw the silk flowing through these streets, like rivers of gold, he whispered, his voice barely audible. He could still feel the touch of silk against his skin, smooth and sensuous, a promise of prosperity that felt as far away now as the stars. The cries of the grieving woman clawed at his soul, dragging him back to the present, back to the stark reality of loss. Beside him, Zainab watched the scene unfold, her heart a heavy stone in her chest. She was the widow, the one who had lost her husband to the ruthless tides of the Mughal economy, a mere victim of fate's cruel hand. I remember the day he left, the way the sun glinted off the daggers tucked into his belt, the smell of the spices clinging to his clothes. She choked out, each word a jagged shard. Her grief hung in the air like a shroud, thick and suffocating, and the weight of it pressed down on her shoulders, bending her into a weary silhouette. He was a good man, Arjumand, but the world is merciless. She looked at him, her eyes pools of sorrow and rage, a tempest waiting to unleash. Arjumand felt the swell of her anguish, felt it intertwine with his own ambitions. He had traded in dreams and gold, but the reality of their existence was a stark contrast. The Mughal economy was a beast, both beautiful and terrible, feasting upon the dreams of men and women who dared to hope. The grand bazaars, filled with the sweet aroma of mangoes and the sharp tang of tamarind, were also haunted by the spectre of famine, of drought, of the ever-looming threat of war. The weight of the empire rested on the shoulders of its people, a crushing load no one could escape. I have to go, Arjumand said suddenly, breaking the spell that bound them. There are deals to make, merchants to convince. The spice trade is my lifeline. He turned toward the market, but Zainab's voice stopped him, a thread of desperation weaving through her words. Do you even see what's happening around you? This isn't just business, Arjumand. Her voice rose, a sharp blade in the clamor of the market, cutting through the noise. These are lives, shattered dreams, and you want to barter them away for a few coins? What about the farmers? What about the children? He flinched, the truth of her words striking him like a physical blow. Farmers struggled under the weight of taxes, their lands barren, crops withering under the scorching sun. The laughter of children echoed in his mind, once innocent and carefree, now replaced by the hollow sounds of despair. I remember the laughter, Zainab, the light in their eyes, he murmured, guilt creeping in like a shadow. But I must think of my family. I must survive. Survive, she spat, her words laced with venom. At what cost? Is wealth worth the suffering of others? Your dreams are built on their backs. Can you live with that? The intensity of her emotion hung heavy in the air, a challenge, an indictment. He stood there, caught between her piercing gaze and the weight of his own aspirations. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive, echoing with unspoken fears. At that moment, the market felt like a theater, and they were lost in a tragic play, with destiny as the cruel playwright. Time fractured around them. Memories flooded back like a tide, each wave a reminder of the past, the bustling markets, the shimmering silk, the laughter of children, the relentless pursuit of wealth. Hints of what lay ahead whispered in the breeze, the shadows lengthening as dusk descended, cloaking the world in an eerie shroud. "What if I fail?" he finally asked, his voice trembling, the facade of confidence crumbling. "You will fail if you forget the people," Zainab said softly, her anger ebbing into something gentler, yet still fierce. "But you must find your heart in the chaos. Remember who you are, Arjumand. Do not let the empire consume you." The urgency swirled around them, a cyclone of raw emotion, but it was interrupted by the sudden clang of metal, a guard shout slicing through the air like a knife. Fear rippled through the crowd, and Arjumand felt it seize his throat, tightening, choking him. "I cannot be weak now," he thought, the mantra of survival echoing in his mind. "Never weak." But Zainab's eyes bore into him, wrenching the truth from his heart, exposing the fragility within. "This is not the way," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Find a way to change it. Fight, Arjumand. Not just for yourself, but for all of us." As the chaos escalated, the market morphed into a battleground, each scream a testament to the lives impacted by the unseen forces of the Mughal economy. The rich traded in gold, built palaces of dreams, while the poor clung to the remnants of their shattered lives. The cycle spun on, greed feeding on despair, and in that moment, Arjumand felt the weight of the empire crush him. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a haunting twilight, a canvas painted in shades of despair and hope. And as he turned away from Zainab, he felt the inevitable pull of destiny, a shadow lurking in the recesses of his mind, a ghost of what could be, a flicker of light guiding him through the darkness. The world spun on its axis, and the tension hung thick like fog, wrapping around them both. The market, the economy, the lives intertwined in a complex web, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of inevitability, drawing them closer to a reckoning that loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold. The night was a black shroud, swallowing the world whole, except for the sporadic flickers of gunfire that painted the darkness with crimson strokes. I remember the cold bite of the wind as it clawed at my skin, a reminder that one breath could be my last. The air was thick with tension, electrified with the weight of impending chaos. Just ahead, the city smoldered, buildings crumbling like forgotten dreams, and I felt a pulse, a heartbeat of the military's iron grip tightening around my chest. Corporal Jason Rourke crouched beside me, his face streaked with dirt, eyes reflecting the chaos around us. Fear was a familiar friend to him, one that had settled in the pit of his stomach, gnawing fiercely. He checked his rifle, fingers trembling, not from the cold but from the ghosts of decisions that haunted him. I could see it in his gaze, the echo of a choice that left a family shattered, a brother unburied. "We have to move," he whispered, urgency clawing at his tone. But the weight of his past pulled him down, roots tangling deeper in the soil of his regret. Then there was Lena, a medic, wrapped in her uniform like a second skin, the red cross on her arm a stark reminder of the lives she could save and the ones she couldn't. I watched her hands as they trembled over a lifeless body, searching for a pulse that was no longer there. The memories of laughter shared over campfires danced in the corners of her mind, now turned to ash. The camaraderie we once celebrated felt like distant echoes, drowned out by the wails of the wounded and the cries of the dying. "We can't save them all," she said, not looking at me, her voice barely more than a whisper, but it struck hard, a dagger twisting inside. In the distance, a high-pitched wail pierced the air, a siren or a scream. It didn't matter. They bled together into a single haunting note, reverberating through the night. The military was a well-oiled machine, yet within its ranks pulsed the raw humanity of those who fought, not just for a cause, but for each other. Organization and tactics morphed into something more primal here, transforming into a dance of survival, a choreography of shadow and light on the battlefield. "Do you remember the training?" Rourke's voice broke through my thoughts, shaking like a leaf in the wind. "They told us to forget ourselves, to become the weapon." I nodded, thinking of the drills, the endless formation runs, the grueling simulations. But here, amidst the ruins, I realized the truth. War had a way of stripping you bare, revealing the soul beneath the armor. I could still hear the instructor's voice in my head: every breath you take can be your last. Every move you make counts. But what did they know of the heart's heavy price? With each step we took, the ground seemed to breathe, a living entity that whispered secrets of the fallen beneath our boots. I felt the pull of time, the oppressive weight of moments stretching like shadows across the battlefield. Lena faltered, her breath hitching as she caught sight of a fallen comrade, one of us, now a ghost etched in memory. "We have to keep moving," I urged, the urgency clawing at my insides. But she was frozen, lost in the echo of shared laughter, the warmth of friendship. "He didn't have to die," she muttered, rage bubbling up, a volcano ready to erupt. And then, the air changed. The stillness that had settled like a sinister blanket was shattered by the thunderous roar of an explosion. Time fractured in a heartbeat, and I was thrown to the ground, the world spinning like a top through the haze of dust and smoke. Rourke was shouting, but the sound was swallowed by the cacophony. I could feel the hot grip of fear wrapping around my throat as I struggled to breathe, the weight of responsibility crashing down on me. I remembered my mother's voice, soft and soothing, always telling me to find my way. "You have to navigate the dark," she would say. "You'll find the light." But what light could possibly shine in this void? I clawed my way back to the surface, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull me under. Lena scrambled beside me, her eyes wide, filled with the fire of determination. "We can't let them win," she screamed, the voice of a warrior infused with justice, a flame that refused to be extinguished. In that moment, we were more than soldiers, we were a pulse, a heartbeat, a collective will to survive. The tension thickened, every breath heavy with anticipation. We pushed through the ruins, Rourke leading the charge, the ghost of his brother haunting his every step. Lena fought her own demons as they rattled in the shadows of her mind, whispering of what could have been. We were a trio bound by fate, hearts pounding in sync, the military's cold organization morphing into a raw, chaotic ballet of survival. Gunfire erupted around us, slicing through the air like daggers of despair. I could feel the world teetering on the edge of a blade, the very essence of life and death intertwined. I remember the moment it all seemed to slow, the flash of a grenade, the shouts of my comrades, the crackle of radio static. Everything intensified, the colors of the night bleeding into one another, merging into a canvas of chaos. "Push forward." Rourke's voice surged through the maelstrom, a lifeline in the storm, and we followed, driven by an instinct deeper than fear, an unwavering bond forged in the crucible of war. Every heartbeat was a drum, a call to arms, echoing through the night, urging us onward into the abyss. The battle raged on, an unending cycle of pain and resilience, and as our feet pounded against the shattered earth, I realized the military was not just an organization of tactics or strategy. It was a heart, a spirit, a living, breathing entity forged from the ashes of conflict and fueled by the fiery determination of flawed souls desperate to find their light amidst the darkness. In every breath, in every heartbeat, in every whispered prayer, we forged a new reality. The world spun wildly, but we charged ahead, the specters of our pasts trailing behind us, threading through the chaos, urging us forward, into whatever awaited in the shadows. We were soldiers, but we were also human, flawed, broken, yet alive, and ready to confront whatever horrors the night would unveil. The sun hung low, a molten disk bleeding its last warmth across the marble facade of the Taj Mahal. I can still hear the whisper of the wind against the stones, like the soft sigh of a lover parting from a cherished memory. In that fleeting moment, time coiled around me, leaving all else behind, the clamor, the noise, the chaos of life. I stood there, transfixed, not just by the shimmering beauty, but by the ghosts trapped in the intricate latticework, each curve and swathe of white whispering stories of love and loss, ambition and despair. I remember the first time I laid eyes on it, the shimmering monument to love that reached out like a promise, yet cast shadows darker than the night itself. As I traced the patterns carved into the stone, I felt a shiver creep down my spine. Yes, the artisans had poured their souls into this masterpiece, but it came at a cost. For every blossom inscribed, a heart had withered, and for every arch that soared into the sky, there was a soul tethered to the ground, aching for understanding. In the midst of this ethereal beauty stood Amina, her eyes glistening with an intensity that could ignite the very air around us. She was a reflection of the architecture itself, at once graceful and imposing, delicate yet unyielding. With every brushstroke of her paint laden with the weight of her heritage, she sought to capture both the grandeur of her past and the burden of her present. As she painted, it was as if she were wrestling with the colors of her identity, soaked in the richness of Persian, Indian, and even Mughal influence, yet feeling like a patchwork quilt stitched from fragments of herself and others. But the city had its claws deep in her psyche, a tension that rattled the very foundation of her soul like the tremors of an earthquake. There was a darkness lurking in her heart, a fear that the beauty around her was merely a veneer, hiding the decay beneath. I remember her voice, low and tremulous, revealing how each brushstroke was a rebellion against the weight of expectation. "Do they see me, or just the colors I wear?" she would often ask, casting a sideways glance at the bustling market square, where whispers of tradition and modernity blended like spices in an intricate curry. Then there was Arif, the architect, whose ambitions were as grand as the domes he designed. His heart was a tempest, swirling with desire and doubt. He was a dreamer caught between eras, believing that each building he erected was a monument to the possible. Yet, every time he stood before the scaffoldings, he could see the ghosts of his ancestors rising from the rubble, those who had poured their dreams into the bricks of history, only to find themselves buried beneath the weight of their own creation. The cries of those who failed to leave their mark echoed in his mind. "What if I am not worthy of this legacy? What if my hands build nothing but shadows?" These questions gnawed at him, haunting every crevice of his ambitions. And there we were, a trio entangled in a dance of dreams and disillusionments, navigating the labyrinth of cultural fusion that surrounded us. It was a world where art collided with architecture, where the past whispered in the ear of the present, and where we sought to carve our names into the very stones that held the weight of so many before us. I remember one night, the moon draped in shadows, casting eerie silvery glimmers across the inlaid stones of the royal gardens. Amina had gathered us. The tension was palpable, a taut string waiting to snap. "This city, it breathes," she said, her voice quaking with emotion. "But can it breathe for us? Or will we wither away, unseen?" Her words hung in the air like the scent of jasmine, poignant and heavy. Arif's eyes flickered with an intensity that mirrored the moonlit reflections. "We are the architects of our fate," he countered, but his voice was a whisper lost in the night. "But what if we build on ashes? What if the foundation crumbles beneath us?" He looked at Amina, the weight of his dreams reflected in her eyes, and there it was, the shared agony of aspiration and the fear of failure intertwining like vines strangling a tree. And as the night deepened, the city's shadows twisted and morphed, reenacting the struggle of the past against the promise of the future. The laughter of children played like an echo, mingling with the distant sound of artisans chiseling away, their tools striking rhythmically, a heartbeat against the silence. We could feel the pulse of the city beneath our feet, a reminder that life, like the architecture we admired, was built upon layers of pain and beauty, love and heartbreak. In that moment, I felt my own heart pounding in resonance with theirs. The pulse of history coursed through our veins, igniting a fire that could not be quenched. I could sense the ghosts of emperors and artisans surrounding us, whispering tales of glory and regret. We were both a product of history and its rebels, navigating the delicate balance of cultural fusion, our identities woven into the fabric of a legacy that demanded to be honored, yet questioned. As dawn began to creep into the edges of night, the shadows retreated like wayward dreams. The Taj Mahal, that breathtaking facade, stood before us, an echo of the love it celebrated, but also a monument to the lost, to the sacrifices made in the name of beauty. In its presence, our fears and dreams crumbled into the earth, becoming part of something greater, an intricate dance of souls, forever bound in a tapestry of time. And as I stood there, watching the colors of the morning bleed into the horizon, I understood the truth etched in the very stones of the city. To create is to risk, to dream is to bleed. In this intertwining of art and architecture, history and heartache, we were not just witnesses but participants, lovers, and fighters in a battle as old as time itself. We were the living embodiment of cultural fusion, each of us a piece of a puzzle that would never quite fit but would always remain beautifully, hauntingly incomplete. And with that thought, the moment faded into the golden hues of a new day, as the echoes of our struggles lingered, an unfinished symphony, an eternal echo waiting to be heard. The air was thick with incense, the kind that clings to the throat, suffocating yet intoxicating. I remember the silence that hung like a sword above our heads, a moment so still it felt like the world held its breath. The Mughal court sprawled around me, a tapestry of silks and whispers that concealed a roiling storm beneath its elegant surface. I could feel the weight of eyes, as sharp as daggers, tracing my every move. And there he stood, Emperor Shah Jahan, seated on his golden throne, each flicker of the oil lamps casting shadows that danced like specters of ambition and betrayal. His face, a mask of regal composure, betrayed nothing, yet I could sense the tempest within, the fierce longing for a legacy that roared louder than thunder. It was a legacy etched in marble, in dreams of a Taj Mahal that would outlast time itself. Then there was Meher-Unissa, the empress, her beauty a fragile veneer over a heart forged from steel. I remember the way she moved, gliding through the court like a haunting melody. Her laughter, a chiming bell that rang hollow in this cavern of scheming souls, echoed with a certain desperation. She loved Shah Jahan, yes, but loathed the chains of politics that bound her to a life of perfumed deceptions. Her eyes met mine, a fleeting glance that held volumes, fear, longing, and the unyielding desire for freedom. Freedom! A word that felt as distant as the stars we never dared to touch. The court was alive, an orchestra of intrigue, every gesture scripted like a play, a dance where the performers wore masks, their true selves hidden beneath layers of silk and pretense. I could hear the whispers, like a wind carrying secrets, swirling around me. Is he too weak? What if she betrays him? Each question was a dagger, thrust deeper into the flesh of their fragile alliances. I felt the tension coil within me, a serpent poised to strike. Then, the moment snapped. The court erupted as a rival faction, camouflaged in the guise of loyalty, revealed itself. Bodies surged, voices raised, and the air crackled with tension. I could see the flash of steel, a dagger glinted menacingly in the torchlight, a harbinger of chaos. I remember the faces, twisted in fear and exhilaration. This was not just politics, this was life and death, breathing and bleeding, a grotesque dance of survival. In the fray, I sought refuge in the eyes of Meher-Unissa. This is madness, I whispered, though the words felt feeble against the roaring tide of ambition. Her expression shifted, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability. Madness is the pulse of the court, she replied, her voice steady yet laced with a sorrow that tugged at my heart. And we are its unwilling dancers. The clash of metal against metal echoed, resonating like the heartbeat of the cosmos, each strike a reminder of our mortality. Shah Jahan's voice boomed, commanding yet brittle, enough. But his authority seemed to crack under the pressure, like ice beneath a heavy weight. The air thickened, a fetid concoction of sweat and fear, and I wondered, what was the price of power? As the chaos swirled, my mind raced. I could see the shadows of betrayal creeping closer. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a reminder that time was as ruthless as the hearts beating in this magnificent prison. I longed for the simplicity of life outside these walls, where the sun kissed the earth with warmth instead of cold ambition. A world where love was not a currency to be spent but a treasure to be cherished. A figure emerged from the fray, a treacherous smile playing on his lips, Jahangir, the emperor's own brother, a serpent in silk. He reveled in the discord, a maestro conducting a symphony of chaos. "Brother, your reign is crumbling," he taunted, each word a blade dripping with venom. The room held its breath, all eyes on the emperor who now appeared smaller, diminished beneath the burden of his crown. In the depths of the turmoil, I saw Meher-Unissa's resolve harden. "We will not let them win," she declared, her voice cutting through the panic like a sword through silk. "We are more than pawns in their game." I felt my heart leap. Was it courage or folly? She was right, but the stakes were higher than we could fathom, loyalty, love, and power entwined in a dance as old as time itself. With a sudden surge, she stepped forward, bold and fierce. "If we are to dance," she called out, "let it be on our own terms." The words hung heavy in the air, igniting a spark in the hearts of those around us, a flicker of rebellion against the iron grip of a court that thrived on fear. But the shadows lurked, waiting for a moment of weakness. I could feel them, crawling up my spine, whispering doubts. The tension thickened, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. Each heartbeat echoed, thump, 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 as if the universe synced with our fraying nerves. And then it happened. The confrontation broke out anew, a fierce tempest of emotion. Shah Jahan seized his brother, rage igniting his eyes like burning coals. "I will not cower in my own court," he shouted, his voice mingling with the cries of the crowd. The palace walls trembled as if they too felt the weight of history collapsing under the burden of ambition and betrayal. "Life here is a gamble," Meherunissa said softly to me, her gaze unwavering, "and we are all just players." The irony struck me, the beauty of the court concealed the rot beneath. The laughter, the opulence, all hinged on a precarious balance. I could taste it now, the bittersweet tang of power, betrayal, and dreams dashed against the unforgiving rocks of reality. I remember the moment we stood together, on that precipice of change, hearts intertwined amidst a court poised for upheaval. Each breath was laden with consequence, each heartbeat a drumroll for what was to come. And so, we lingered in that storm, uncertain yet resolute, the shadows swirling around us, the echoes of a nameless future whispering promises and threats alike. The stage was set, the players gathered, and the court awaited its next act, an act where hearts would clash and destinies would be forged in fire. In this world of silken shadows, the game was just beginning. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow upon the marble, I knew, this dance of life, this tempest of emotions, would lead us all to a reckoning, where loyalty is tested, love is sacrificed, and the true cost of power would finally reveal itself. The room was suffocating, walls painted in shadows, an eerie silence clinging to the air like vapor. The clock ticked, a relentless heartbeat echoing through the cramped space, each second stretching into eternity. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of unspoken words, the ghosts of would-be poets lingering, their dreams suffocating in the dim light. In the midst of this quiet chaos, I stood, heart racing, staring at the empty chair across from me. It was supposed to be filled by Julian, but he was late, again. I remember the last time he stood in that chair, the way his fingers danced over the page, words flowing like blood from a gash. Poetry was his lifeblood, yet now it felt like a curse, haunting him, suffocating him. I could see it in the depths of his eyes, a hollow void where inspiration used to reside. "You're a coward, Julian!" I screamed in my thoughts, knowing the truth was tangled in fear. Fear of failure, fear of the truth, fear of himself. Across the room, Elara sat curled up on the floor, surrounded by crumpled papers, her sanctuary of chaos. She was scribbling furiously, each line a desperate attempt to escape the dark abyss that loomed over her. I could see the frustration etched into her brow, the way her fingers trembled as they clawed at the page. You can't write your way out of this, I thought, but her determination was infectious. I had always admired that about her, how she could turn pain into art, the way her voice soared like a phoenix rising from ashes. But tonight, it felt different. The shadows seemed to mock her, whispering cruel reminders of each word that fell flat, of every audience that turned away, uninterested. I remember the way she looked at me when she thought I wasn't watching, those moments when the mask slipped, revealing the cracks beneath. The laughter that rang out was often laced with an edge, a premonition of sorrow lurking just beneath the surface. "You'll see, I'll make them listen," she would say with fire in her eyes, but tonight her spirit faltered, dimming like the dying embers of a once vibrant flame. Suddenly, a loud knock shattered the silence. "Julian." I felt my heart skip, a jolt of electricity coursing through me. He entered, drenched in the weight of his own shadows. His eyes darted around the room, searching, desperate, as though he were a sailor lost at sea, seeking a lighthouse to guide him back. "I'm sorry," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper, but the apology felt like a knife twisting in the air. "Sorry isn't enough." I shot back, the words tumbling from my lips before I could stop them. "Every time you're late, it's like you're abandoning us, abandoning your words." The electricity crackled between us, palpable tension thick enough to cut. Elara looked up, her eyes flashing between us, searching for something, an anchor, a lifeline. "You both have to understand," she murmured, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf clutched in a storm. "Words are all we have, they're the only way we fight this darkness." There was a rawness in her tone, a plea so poignant it felt like a blow to the gut.
Fight? What are we fighting against?
Julian scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips.
Our own inadequacies?
Our inability to create something beautiful. He slumped into the chair at last, his shoulders heavy with doubt. The air grew thick with unsaid truths. Each breath I took felt like inhaling smoke from a dying fire. I remember the way the light flickered, shadows dancing on the walls, taunting us with the fragility of our dreams. We're meant to create. Julian, I implored, my voice softening, wrapping around the words like a tender embrace. But what do we do when creation feels like a graveyard of lost hopes? Ilara's voice broke through the silence, shattering the glassy surface of our despair. We write, she said fiercely. Even when the words bleed, even when the ink runs dry. The intensity in her gaze was electric, igniting something in both of us.
Write what?
Julian snapped, despair leaking through the cracks in his facade.
Write about how we fail?
How each attempt feels like a slap in the face. Write about the struggle, I murmured, feeling the weight of the room shift, a seismic tremor beneath us. Write about the darkness, yes, but also the light that fights to break through. The conversation flowed, heated and raw, a tempest of emotions crashing against the shores of our vulnerabilities. Words spilled like wine from cracked glasses, staining the floor with our truth. I could feel the tension rising, hearts beating as one, driven by an unyielding desire to breathe life into our art. And then, just like that, the moment shifted. A palpable energy surged, a thrill that crackled in the air. Julian's pen scratched against the paper, and Ilara's fingers flew across her own, a symphony of voices rising from the ashes of despair. It was chaotic, messy, a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions tumbling into the universe, but it felt like creation, raw, untamed, magnificent. I remember each heartbeat, each breath, as the night stretched on, shadows creeping deeper into our sanctuary. I remember the fear melting into exhilaration, the weight of our burden shifting like a distant storm. Time stood still, a heavy clock ticking in the background, but it faded into the background noise of our urgent voices, our desperate longing to be heard. In the heart of our crisis, something flickered, a spark igniting a fire. We were poets, we were scholars, we were warriors in a battle against our own shadows, unafraid to bleed for our art. And as the words poured forth, I realized that this was not the end, but merely a pause, a breath caught in the throat of eternity, a promise that the night would deepen, that the shadows would linger, but we would fight on, our voices echoing through the darkness. The air was thick with the smell of betrayal, the kind that carved its way into the very marrow of a man, twisting his gut like a serpent. Shah Jahan sat alone in the muted shadows of his prison, the opulent walls that had once echoed with laughter now crumbling under the weight of silence. This wasn't the soft, gentle kind of silence that cradled dreams, this was the heavy silence of despair, the kind that made every heartbeat feel like a taunt. He could almost hear the ghosts of his past laughing, their voices a symphony of scorn. I remember when power flowed through my veins like the sacred Ganges, he murmured, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. I remember when love was a fortress, not a prison. His fingers traced the cool stone of the wall, a futile attempt to carve out some lingering memory, but nothing remained. The memory of Mumtaz still shone like a star in his mind, bright, beautiful, untouchable. But stars fade, don't they? Even the brightest ones, swallowed by the abyss of time. Across the palace, Aurangzeb, the son who had turned into a viper, wore the crown with a wicked grin. To him, power was a game, and each day was a new round. He paced the grand halls, the very stones echoing with his ambition, the shadows whispering secrets as he plotted his father's demise. Father is weak, he would say to himself, the words coiling around his heart like barbed wire. His love has dulled him, made him soft. I will take what is mine. Each thought was a dagger, each breath a promise of blood and fire. The rivalry was palpable, thickening the air like the oppressive heat of a summer day. Aurangzeb reveled in his father's decline, relishing every moment of weakness that crept into Shah Jahan's eyes. He could see it, the flicker of despair, the exhaustion etched into his father's brow. It was intoxicating, almost poetic in its cruelty. The roses of their family garden had wilted, the fragrance now replaced by the stench of ambition gone wild. "Your reign is over, father," Aurangzeb whispered to the empty halls, as if the ghosts could hear him. "And I will be the one to build a new empire." He laughed, the sound echoing like the crack of thunder. He imagined the crown resting on his head, the power surging through him, a tidal wave sweeping away the remnants of his father's legacy. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that time was slipping, that destinies were being forged in shadows. Then, there was Jahangir, the daughter caught in the storm. She stood between them, her heart a battlefield. "I remember when we were a family," she whispered into the night, her voice trembling with past echoes of laughter. "When love was the common thread that wove us together. But love had twisted into something dark and grotesque." She watched her father wither, the light dimming in his once brilliant eyes, and it hollowed her out. She was the peacekeeper, the bridge over a chasm filled with boiling hatred and wounded pride, but what could she do? "Father," she often pleaded, her voice soaked with desperation. "You must fight him. You cannot let him win." Each plea felt like a stone thrown into a well, rippling out into nothingness. But Shah Jahan only bowed his head, the weight of the crown heavier than ever. "What do you want from me, my child? I am but a shadow of my former self." The pain in his voice pierced her heart. It was a wound that would never heal, a scar marked by the crescent moon of a broken family. Their story twisted in on itself, a tragic spiral, where love was both weapon and shield. Aurangzeb's ambition shimmered like a blade under the moonlight, while Shah Jahan's love morphed into a chain that bound him. It was a dance of power and loss, and each step led them closer to the precipice of destruction. In the quiet hours of the night, Jahangir would steal away to her father's chamber, where the air was thick with the scent of old incense and lost dreams. "I remember the tales you told me, father," she would say softly, attempting to pull him from the depths. "The stories of great kings and their victories." But those tales felt distant now, like stars long extinguished, their light only now reaching her heart. "You were a king once, you can be a king again," she urged, but the light in his eyes flickered, mere embers smoldering in the dark. And in those moments, as time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, the house of love became a battlefield, the walls closed in, whispering accusations and regrets that echoed off the stone. She could feel the tension like a living thing, coiling tighter with every passing day, every breath heavy with the scent of impending doom. The day came, oh, how it came, like a storm crashing against the shore. The confrontation loomed, dark and fearsome. Aurangzeb stood tall, confidence radiating from him like the sun, while Shah Jahan sat in his chamber, a broken king, the echoes of his past haunting him. "I will not let you take my throne," Aurangzeb proclaimed, his voice booming through the halls, a growl that sent shivers racing down the spine of the palace. "You are a relic, a ghost of what once was." Shah Jahan lifted his head, eyes blazing with a flicker of defiance. "You mistake weakness for defeat, my son." Each word was a struggle, a fight for breath, but they held the weight of an entire empire. He rose, slowly but with intention. "This is not a throne you can simply take." And in that moment, the love between father and son morphed into a weapon, a bitter pill that festered with resentment, ready to explode. Jahangir stood in the shadows, powerless, her heart torn between loyalty and love, knowing that no matter the outcome, the fabric of their family would be forever stained with blood. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time was a cruel mistress, and the decline of Shah Jahan was not just a personal tragedy, it would echo through generations, a ghost haunting the very walls of their lineage. As the confrontation loomed ever closer, the air thickened, charged with unspoken words and emotions that hung heavy in the silence. This was not the end, it was merely a breath, a heartbeat, a moment before the storm broke loose. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of ambition, love, and a family torn apart by the very things that once held them together. The story was far from over, it was a raging tempest waiting to unleash its fury, a tragedy written in the stars too bright to ignore, too powerful to silence. The air is thick with tension, a suffocating miasma that clings to the skin like the sweat of 1,000 unwashed bodies. I can hear the distant tolling of temple bells, their mournful chime cutting through the chaos, each ring a heartbeat in a land on the brink of collapse. Shadows flicker at the edges of my vision, and the scent of incense mingles with the iron tang of blood, so familiar, so horrifying. I stand amidst the ruins of a once magnificent court, the echoes of laughter now replaced by whispers of betrayal. The grand hall, once alive with the splendor of an empire, feels more like a tomb, and I am its unwilling gravekeeper. There he is, Aurangzeb, the last great emperor, draped in the weight of his own ambition. His eyes, once bright with the fire of youth, now burn with an intensity that speaks of sleepless nights and restless thoughts, an empire fracturing beneath his iron grip. I remember the tales of his glory, the way his name rolled off tongues like honey, sweet yet sticky. But there's bitterness now, a miasma of regret that seeps into every crevice of his heart. I watch him, a man caught in the eye of a storm, the very winds of fate bending around him, threatening to shatter the remnants of his legacy. Across the hall, I see Dara Shikoh, Aurangzeb's brother, the silver-haired dreamer with a soul tethered to the stars. He is not merely a rival, he is the ghost of what could have been, a reminder of the delicate balance between love and ambition. I can feel the fraying threads of their brotherhood as they stand inches apart, their faces masks of stoicism. Dara, with his visions of unity and enlightenment, is a lighthouse in Aurangzeb's dark sea of fanaticism. I remember the tales of their childhood, how they would race through the gardens of Agra, carefree, unaware of the shadows that danced around them, whispering promises of power and betrayal. "Brother!" Dara's voice trembles, a sharp blade cutting through the din. "Can you not see what you are becoming? You are drowning in the very darkness you seek to eradicate." There's desperation there, an unyielding love that clashes violently with the reality of their situation. His words hang in the air, heavy and thick, like the fog of a forgotten dream. Aurangzeb's brow furrows, a storm brewing in those once cherubic features. "You speak of darkness, yet it is you who plays with fire. You would sacrifice the empire for your dreams." His voice drips with disdain, each syllable a lash that stings. But beneath the surface, I sense something else, a flicker of doubt, a crack in the armor of conviction. I remember how he used to tell stories of the heavens, of the cosmos dancing like fireflies across the night sky. Now, that same sky feels like a prison, and the stars are but distant memories. The weight of his crown presses down, a relentless reminder of the choices that led them here. The world spins faster, and time, that cruel mistress, claws at their differences, weaving a tapestry of despair. I hear shouts from outside, a cacophony of voices rising like a tide, crashing against the walls of the palace. The people, hungry and restless, are the ghosts of a forgotten promise, their dreams shattered like glass beneath the weight of tyranny. Aurangzeb once believed himself a shepherd, guiding his flock with an iron fist. I remember the first time he ordered the execution of a rebel, the look in his eyes, a mix of triumph and horror, as if he had become both judge and executioner in one fell swoop. "Do they not see?" he hisses, his voice almost a plea. "I do this for their own good. They are lost, like children abandoned in a forest of sin." But I can see the cracks forming, the way his hands tremble ever so slightly, the way his breath quickens as he grapples with the enormity of his choices. Dara steps closer, the air between them electric, charged with the weight of their shared history. "And what of your own soul, Aurangzeb? What good is an empire if you lose yourself in the process?" There's a rawness to his words, a vulnerability that swathes the room in an almost palpable silence. I can see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a desperate plea for redemption, not just for himself, but for the brother he once knew. And then, in a moment that could shatter worlds, Aurangzeb's facade crumbles. The emperor, once so steadfast, reveals a flicker of humanity, a vulnerability wrapped in layers of pride. "Every day, I wake up haunted by the choices I made, Dara. The ghosts of those I've slain linger in my dreams, their cries echoing in the silence of my heart." His voice breaks, and I feel the air thicken with the weight of his confession. He is a man torn between duty and desire, and I can see the abyss yawning before him, ready to swallow him whole. The shouting outside intensifies, a reminder that the empire is on the edge of an abyss. The people are rising up, their dreams clashing with the reality of oppression, their voices a chorus of anguish. I can feel their pain, their desperation, the raw fury coursing through the streets like a river of fire. And in this moment, I find myself drawn into the conflict, a witness to the unraveling of a brotherhood, a family torn apart by the very ambition that once united them. Time stretches, warps, and bends around me. I can see the threads of fate intertwining, a tapestry woven with the colors of love, betrayal, and regret. I remember the stars, once so bright, flickering as if in response to the growing storm. And as the palace trembles beneath the weight of history, I know that this is only the beginning, a prologue to the tragedy that is to unfold. As I stand in this moment, caught between the two brothers, I realize that the true battle is not one of armies, but of hearts. Aurangzeb, the last great emperor, stands at the precipice of his own undoing, and I can feel the heartbeat of an empire echoing in the distance, a haunting reminder of what was and what could never be again. The stage is set, the actors poised for their final performance, and I am left breathless, waiting for the moment when the curtain will fall, shrouding us all in shadow. The air crackled with the unspoken weight of a million prayers, hanging like fog over the cobbled streets of Eldrin. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in the throat of that frigid night when the sky seemed to bleed shadows. A bell tolled, ominous and hollow, slicing through the tension like a knife, an echo of something terrible, something inevitable. I remember clutching the amulet in my pocket, its cool metal a stark contrast to the heat rising in my chest. There would be no turning back. Across the square, they gathered, faces pale and drawn, hearts beating an uncertain rhythm. I saw Miriam, her fierce spirit dulled by fear. She was a firebrand, once, with a voice that could rally the downtrodden. Now, her eyes reflected the flickering torches, shadows dancing like ghosts, each flame a reminder of the sacred oaths broken. Her hands trembled, betraying the strength she tried to project. I could see it in her clenched fists, the way she bit down on her lip as if to suppress the screams clawing at her throat. And then there was Thomas, the once unwavering priest whose faith was crumbling like the stones of the ancient church behind him. I could feel his anguish, a palpable thing that hung thick in the air, binding us all together in an unbearable knot. He had preached of love, of forgiveness, but tonight, his gaze was cast downward, haunted by the weight of 1,000 sins. I remember how he used to laugh, his voice bubbling like a brook, but now it was mere silence, an absence that echoed with questions that had no answers. What was left of our faith? What had become of the promises that once felt like the very fabric of our lives? I could almost taste the bitterness lingering on my tongue, a tang of betrayal that made me wince. The council's edicts rang like iron chains, shackling us to a future that felt as dark as the unyielding sky above. The laws, they were supposed to guide us, to protect us. But what happens when the very hand that feeds becomes the hand that strangles? I remember the first time the edicts were announced, the way the hall had felt, buzzing with disbelief. Words like purity, sacredness, and heathen tossed around like daggers. Each proclamation slicing deeper, infecting the very marrow of our beliefs. The council had branded dissenters, warned us of the dangers lurking in the shadows of our own cities, whispers of heresy that twisted like vines around our throats. And in their zeal to protect us, they had ignited a fire that swallowed us whole. That night, as the air thickened with tension, I felt an electric surge, a primal urge to confront the madness that had taken hold. I could see Miriam's shoulders squared, determination igniting her spirit. "We can't let them do this," she spat, her voice rising, cutting through the tension like a blade. "We must stand together, or we'll lose everything." I felt the pull of her words, the urgency in the air wrapping around me, begging for action. But Thomas remained silent, the shadows pulling him under. I could see the conflict written across his face, a battle of heart and duty, faith and fear. He wanted to fight, to reclaim the light that had dimmed in our hearts, but the weight of his collar felt like a noose, choking his resolve. I remember the way he looked at me then, his eyes searching mine for a strength he believed I possessed. "What do we do?" he whispered, as if the answer lay buried somewhere within our intertwined fates. The crowd surged, whispers turned to shouts, fear morphing into fury. The council's decree had become a rallying cry, a tempest brewing in our souls. The night thickened, an unholy alliance of anger and desperation. I could see them, the council's guards, a wall of hardened faces, ready to quash any glimmer of hope, any flicker of resistance. The lights from their torches cast grotesque shadows, each figure twisted into a mockery of authority, an embodiment of the very fear we had come to despise.
"What are we waiting for?"
Miriam shouted, her voice a clarion call.
"They can't silence us forever."
The fire in her words ignited something deep within me. I felt the thrill of rebellion, the pulse of a heartbeat that resonated with every soul in that crowd. Here we were, broken yet unyielding, standing on the precipice of something monumental. Yet doubt gripped my heart like an icy hand. What if we failed?
What if our fight only fed the beast that sought to consume us?
I remember the moment everything shifted. The guards surged forward, their weapons glinting in the torchlight, an avalanche of cold steel and hot rage. The crowd recoiled, a wave of terror washing over us, but Miriam stood resolute, her voice rising above the chaos. "We will not be silenced," she cried, a battle cry that echoed into the depths of the night. And just like that, the dam broke. The tide shifted. I was swept away, caught in the current of raw emotion, fear mingling with fury, despair giving way to defiance. I remember stepping forward, heart hammering, joining her voice with mine. "Together!" I shouted, not knowing if I could believe it. But in that moment, it felt like the world shifted, like the hounds of oppression had been unleashed, and we were the hunters now. The clash was inevitable, a violent cacophony of hope and despair, each heartbeat drumming against the chaos. I felt the chaos wash over me, a whirlwind of fists and shouts, the metallic taste of fear mingling with the sweat on my brow. It was a moment suspended in time, a fracture in reality where we stood on the brink, caught in the dance of faith and rebellion, heartbreak and hope. And just as the clash seemed to reach a fever pitch, I caught Thomas's gaze across the fray. He stood at the edge of the chaos, a ghost in the storm. The flicker of determination ignited within him, a spark that promised to bring light to the shadows. I remembered then that faith is not a destination, but a journey, a thread woven through the very fabric of our existence. The night was far from over, but as I stood there, heart racing and breath hitching, I felt it, the flicker of something divine in the midst of our chaos. The battle had begun, and with it a pulse of hope beat strong, an echo that promised to carry us forward into the unknown. And in that moment, suspended in the storm, I realized that the fight for our beliefs was just beginning, a path laced with tension and conflict, each step a heartbeat, each heartbeat a promise. A single candle flickered in the vast, echoing chamber of the Red Fort, casting long shadows that danced like tortured souls upon the walls. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. Aurangzeb sat at the edge of his throne, fingers curling around the polished wood, knuckles white, eyes aflame with a fire that was both fervent and feral. His heart raced, a drumbeat of ambition and dread, the very pulse of an empire swaying precariously in the balance. Outside, the restless whispers of 1,000 discontented voices rose and fell like the tide, and he knew that this moment would be one of reckoning. There stood Mohan, a once loyal general whose allegiance now wavered like a leaf caught in a storm. His chest heaved, the weight of expectation heavy upon him. He had witnessed the shifting of loyalties, the treacherous smile of power, and the blood-stained hands that grasped it. "Your Majesty," he began, voice trembling, "the Mughal Empire is fracturing. The Deccan waits, its ambition a shadow over our dominion." Each word fell like a stone into the silence, ripples of unease spreading through the ranks gathered before the throne. Tears of a past long buried shimmered in Aurangzeb's eyes, memories of laughter echoing through the corridors, the innocence of a boy dreaming of grandeur. Yet, here he was, a man ensnared by the very chains of his own making. I remember the dreams of my father," he whispered, the weight of history pressing down upon him. "But dreams," he spat, "are mere illusions if not forged in blood." Across the chamber, the tension crackled like lightning in the air, and a young woman stepped forward, her spirit as fierce as a wildfire. Zainab, a warrior of the heart and mind, stood defiant against the tide of oppression that threatened to swallow them whole. Her eyes glimmered with rebellion, a spark ignited by the injustices that festered under Aurangzeb's rule. "The people suffer, my emperor," she implored, her voice steady, a soothing balm over the frayed nerves of the room. "They look to you not just as a ruler, but as a beacon of hope. Do not let your ambition blind you to their pain." But Aurangzeb's expression darkened, shadows flitting across his face, a storm brewing within. Hope, he echoed, scoffing. Hope breeds weakness. Strength is forged in iron and fire. His words sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving. You speak of compassion as if it were a weapon. It is a luxury of the soft-hearted. This empire demands a firm hand. Zainab took a step closer, her pulse racing, fear battling with fury. The weight of the crown is not light, but it does not mean you have to crush the very people who crown you. You can be strong without bloodshed. Her heart thundered, the rhythm of a battle not yet fought, a clash of ideals that reverberated through the ages. But the seeds of discontent had already begun to sprout in the shadows cast by Aurangzeb's fervent desire to expand his empire. Night after night, he dreamt of conquest, visions of territories falling at his feet, but each victory came with a cost. The cries of the innocent echoed in his mind, relentless reminders of the lives he was dismantling in pursuit of power. In the depths of his mind, a ghost whispered, a woman, haunting and ethereal, the face of his mother, lost to the ravages of the empire. You must choose, Aurangzeb, she murmured, her voice a tender caress tainted with sorrow. Will you forge an empire of iron, or one of hearts? The vision shattered, a jagged piece of glass that cut through his resolve. Mohan's voice broke through the haze, urgent, sire, the Deccan is rising against us. We cannot afford weakness now. And at that moment, Aurangzeb felt the ground shifting beneath him, the spectre of failure looming large. The empire was a beast, ravenous and demanding, and its hunger was insatiable. He could taste the bitterness of betrayal on his tongue, the gnawing worry that perhaps he was not the king he believed himself to be but merely a puppet dancing upon the strings of fate. Gather the troops, he commanded, his tone hardening, yet his heart trembled beneath the mask of authority. We shall crush this rebellion before it blooms. He could hear the sound of the soldiers' boots against the stone floor, a rhythmic march towards war, but with each beat, he felt the weight of choices long made. Zainab's eyes widened, a storm of emotion swirling within her. You will be the architect of your own destruction, Aurangzeb, she cried, desperation tinging her words. Each life you take is a thread unraveling the fabric of our future. But he turned away, the roar of ambition drowning her out, the echoes of his past colliding with the relentless present. Do not pity the dead, Zainab. Pity those who live under the fear of a broken empire. The candle flickered again, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, as if the very walls were alive with the weight of their conflict. Aurangzeb's heart raced, a tempest of fear and determination, as he realized that this confrontation was not just with his enemies, but within himself. In the silence that followed, time felt suspended, like the moment before a storm breaks, the air electric with tension. Each breath was a battle, each heartbeat a reminder of their intertwined fates, bound by the chains of duty, love, and ambition. And in that chamber, under the flickering light, three souls stood, one consumed by the thirst for power, one craving justice, and one caught in the crossfire of loyalty and rebellion. The empire would expand, but at what cost? As the shadows lengthened, the future remained a haunting mystery, and the confrontation loomed ever closer, an inevitable clash of ideals echoing through the ages. Yet, like the flickering candle, hope still burned dimly in the depths of their hearts, a flicker against the darkness, waiting for a gust of wind to either snuff it out or fan it into a blazing inferno. The empire under Aurangzeb was poised on a knife's edge, and the moment of reckoning approached, unstoppable, unavoidable, unrelenting. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke rising from burning villages. A boy, no more than 10, clutched a rusted dagger, its blade dulled by years but still a weapon in his small, trembling hand. The earth trembled beneath his feet, not from battle, but from the echoes of 1,000 cries, a cacophony of anguish and fury that clawed at the fabric of time itself. He stood on the precipice of a world unraveling, a witness to the birth pangs of new power, new leaders, heroes born from the ashes of despair. I remember the shadows that danced in the flickering light of dying torches, each flicker a heartbeat, each shadow a ghost haunting restless souls. In the distance, the clash of steel sang a bitter lullaby, while the air tasted of iron and betrayal. The Marathas, fierce and unyielding, their eyes aflame with a burning desire for freedom, rose like lions from the dust of a forgotten battlefield, a power reborn, a force to be reckoned with. But amidst the chaos, there was her, a girl of fire named Aditi. Her dark hair flew wild in the wind, eyes a storm of defiance and pain. She had watched her family perish in the flames of a merciless raid, the smoldering remnants of her home a visceral reminder of what was lost. Aditi was a warrior, though her heart still bled. In her soul, she carried not just vengeance but also a profound longing, a desire to forge a new identity amidst the ruins of the past. The weight of her grief was palpable, it hung in the air like the scent of charred wood, sharp and suffocating. Then there was Amar, a boy born to a lineage of warriors, yet burdened by the expectations that pressed down upon him like a leaden cloak. He stood at the vanguard of the Maratha forces, a young commander with dreams of glory that felt as distant as the stars. He could hear his father's voice, a distant echo urging him forward, lead with honor, or do not lead at all. But honor felt like a joke as he watched friends and foes alike fall, their dreams snuffed out like candles in the wind. Desperation curled around him, a serpent tightening its grip. Could he really protect his people, or was he destined to be a pawn in a game much larger than himself? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, Aditi and Amar found themselves drawn together by fate, bound by the shared scars of their pasts. In that moment, time ceased to exist. The world became a blur of indistinguishable colors, but they could see each other clearly, two half-formed souls seeking solace in the chaos. Their breaths mingled, heavy with the anticipation of a confrontation that loomed closer with each heartbeat, a looming storm ready to break. "I remember the dreams," Aditi whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the tumult. "They come to me at night, visions of a world reborn, a place where we are more than just ghosts of what was. Can you feel it, Amar? Can you feel the change?" He looked into her eyes, those fierce, unyielding embers, and felt a flicker of hope ignite within himself. "But hope," he murmured, "is a double-edged sword. It cuts deep, and when it fails, failure is not an option," Aditi interrupted, her voice steady, unyielding. "Our dreams are worth fighting for, even if it means embracing the pain." Around them, the battlefield crackled with energy, a living organism pulsing with the weight of history, every blade drawn, every scream uttered, an eternal echo. The Marathas surged forward, their battle cries rising in a haunting symphony of defiance. But the shadows grew longer, darker, as the night crept in, whispering secrets of treachery and despair. A sinister force lurked in the dark corners, a rival power gathering, the Sikhs, their own dreams woven into the fabric of rebellion, a tapestry of fervor and resilience. They were the guardians of faith, the defenders of their people, yet driven by a deep yearning for recognition and respect. Each heart beat not for glory, but for survival, for a place in the world that often turned a blind eye to their suffering. Within their ranks stood Jasjit, a man of conflicting loyalties, torn between the fierce love for his people and the desperate need for peace. He watched the Marathas advance, and a fire burned within him, anger mingling with understanding. He knew the cost of war. He had felt the sting of loss, the bitter taste of blood on his tongue. Is this what we fight for? He wondered, a question echoing in the silence of his heart. Is this the legacy we leave behind? The tension mounted, a storm brewing on the horizon, and as the armies met, the air became thick with the weight of their shared histories. Steel clashed against steel, the sound reverberating through the night like thunder, a chaotic symphony of carnage and hope. Hearts raced, breaths quickened, and in that tumultuous moment, Aditi and Amar found themselves face to face with an enemy they had never anticipated, each other. "I remember the stories," Aditi cried above the din, "the tales of our ancestors who fought for freedom. We are not enemies. We are united by pain." But the battlefield refused to listen. The shadows thickened, the cries of the fallen swirling around them, tangible, relentless. In that moment of desperation, their souls intertwined, a frenzied dance of hearts caught between duty and desire. Love, grief, vengeance, each emotion a thread in the tapestry of their lives, woven together in a world that demanded separation. And as the night deepened, the stars watched in silence, the cosmos a vast, indifferent witness to the unfolding tragedy. The rise of regional powers was not merely a historical moment, it was a reflection of humanity's eternal struggle, our relentless search for purpose, our hunger for connection in a world that often felt impossibly fractured. The battle raged on, But in the hearts of Aditi and Amar, a fragile hope flickered, a beacon against the encroaching darkness, a promise that, despite the chaos surrounding them, something beautiful could emerge from the ashes. The war was far from over, and amidst the screams and shadows, they would rise. Together, or not at all. The drums thundered, a heartbeat in the earth, shaking the very bones of those who dared stand in their reverberating shadow. It was a summons to war, and in that moment, hatred and desperation twisted into a single, jagged truth. I remember the chill of the air, heavy with the scent of blood and smoke, the taste of fear clinging to my tongue like ash. The sky loomed purple, bruised by the impending storm of battle, the kind that claws at your gut and whispers that this time, it will be different. The clash of steel was a symphony of chaos, a beautiful tragedy unfolding beneath a sky that bore witness to it all. I was there, knees deep in mud and fear, with Anwar, my brother in arms, a warrior born of fire and thunder, yet fragile beneath it all. He had a smile that could light the darkest of nights. Yet, standing beside him, the laughter felt hollow, choked by the spectre of what was to come. Anwar was a lion, fierce and untamed, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "What if we lose?" he whispered, as if the very air would punish his thoughts. And in that moment, the weight of possibility crashed upon us, heavy like the swords we bore. Across the field, the banners of the Deccan kingdom snapped against the wind, a riot of color cloaked in the promise of bloodshed. I remembered the stories, how envy and ambition had driven kingdoms to madness, how empires were forged in the fires of conflict. This wasn't just a fight, it was a reckoning. The Mughals, resplendent in their splendor, had come to claim the Deccan, but in that claim lay the seeds of devastation, each cut and thrust echoing stories of mothers weeping for their sons, fathers buried beneath the weight of their own honor. And there was Zainab, delicate yet unyielding, my heart tethered to her in ways I could barely comprehend. She stood at the edge of our camp, shimmering like a mirage, eyes fierce with defiance. "You're a fool to fight," she'd said to me, fingers trembling as she pressed a dagger into my palm, a token of rebellion, a reminder of all that could be lost. Her dreams were woven into the tapestry of this war, yet each thread was fraying, unraveling under the strain of her fears. "What if your blood stains the earth?" she demanded, tears shimmering like stars in her eyes. Those words settled deep in my bones, a spectre of doubt haunting my purpose. "War is a dance of ghosts," Anwar declared, plunging his sword into the ground, the earth drinking in his fury. I stared at him, caught between admiration and dread. "Every time you swing, you invite them to join," he continued, voice rising, fueled by adrenaline and the thrill of impending battle. "Let them watch. Let them see what we are willing to sacrifice." The fire in his eyes ignited my own, pushing me toward the precipice of destiny. But there was a gnawing terror in my chest, a question that curled like smoke in the air. What if our sacrifices meant nothing? The weight of countless lives lost loomed over me, a spectre asking if I could truly bear the burden. I could hear the whispers of those who had come before us, their voices intertwining with the wind. They warned of hubris, of pride paving the road to ruin. Each step I took felt like a march along that very path, one where the echoes of history swirled like a dust storm, shrouding the truth. And then, all at once, the world erupted. The cacophony of battle roared to life, a savage symphony of cries and clashing steel. It was chaos, the kind that swallowed reason whole. I was propelled forward, heart racing, skin electrified with adrenaline as I clashed against foes whose faces were mere shadows, lost to the fury of conflict. In those moments, I fought not just for my life, but for Anwar, for Zainab, for the love that had become a fragile thread in a tapestry of blood and ambition. I remember the moment when I looked into the eyes of a stranger, a soldier from the Deccan, and saw nothing but fear mirrored back. We were both puppets, dancing on the strings of kings, yet somehow, we were connected by a thread stronger than any loyalty. In that heartbeat, I hesitated, the sword wavering in my grip, and in that hesitation, a crack appeared in my resolve. The world slowed, time stretched, a cosmic joke as laughter rose from the void between us. Our fates tangled like the roots of ancient trees, intertwined yet separate. "Kill him," Anwar shouted, his voice slicing through the haze, urging me onward. The urgency in his tone ignited a fire within me, a desperate need to protect him and what we held dear. But as I swung my blade, the weight of it anchored me to the earth, to the blood that would stain my hands forever. I gasped, the sound swallowed by the cacophony around us, as I struck, each swing a question unanswered. And as the dust settled, the battlefield transformed into a macabre gallery of the fallen. I breathed in the acrid air, laced with regret, my heart beating a frantic tattoo against the silence that followed the storm. I saw Anwar, fighting with the ferocity of a wild beast, his laughter a haunting echo that reverberated in my mind, and Zainab, her silhouette flickering like a candle in the night, forever tethered to a fate intertwined with mine. In that moment of pure chaos and raw emotion, I realized we were not just warriors, we were dreams shattered, hopes crushed under the weight of ambition. I could hear the murmurs of the past, the ghosts of our ancestors rising from the earth, whispering their secrets of glory and despair. The battle raged around us, the clash of swords a haunting melody, but I was lost in the void of my thoughts, a prisoner to the choices that bound me. And then, just as swiftly as it had begun, the tide of battle shifted. The world fluctuated, a cruel reminder that even the strongest bonds could shatter in an instant. I caught a glimpse of Zainab, her eyes wide with horror as she screamed my name, and in that moment, everything became clear. The battlefield was not just a place of conflict, it was a canvas painted with our memories, a stark reminder that love and loss walked hand in hand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dying embers of hope, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the clock ticking, each second a heartbeat lost. We were caught in a web of fate, time slipping through our fingers like the blood that soaked the ground beneath us. And as the final moments of that day unfolded, the specter of what lay ahead loomed larger, a darkness that promised to consume us all. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of the barn, a mournful cry that echoed the desolation of the land, where once green fields danced in the sun. I stood there, heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Around me, the remnants of a life once vibrant lay strewn like forgotten dreams, cracked bowls and rusted tools now silent witnesses to the slow death of hope. I remember the day the crops withered, their leaves curling as if in agony, surrendering to a drought that stole the very breath of life from the soil. I remember the panic in Clara's eyes, the way her hands trembled as she clutched a handful of dirt, desperately seeking the pulse of life that had vanished. "Feel it, Jacob," she whispered, her voice cracking like the parched earth. "There's nothing left, nothing." The shadows of our failing farm stretched long and dark, swallowing us whole. I felt it then, the weight of despair pressing down on my chest like a vice. My father, once a titan among farmers, a man whose laughter rang like church bells on Sunday mornings, now stood hunched and hollow, his spirit worn down by years of relentless struggle. I watched him, the lines on his face deepening, the gleam in his eyes dimming. "We'll find a way," he said once, but the words felt like ashes in my mouth. Each dawn brought a new battle, the sun a relentless overseer of our plight. I remember the whispers of our neighbors, their eyes darting like frightened birds, as if fear itself had taken root in the community. Hushed tones spoke of loans that couldn't be repaid, of promises broken like brittle twigs. Clara's family had already abandoned their land, seeking solace in the city's false glow, but I couldn't let go. The land was our blood, our bones. "Jacob," my father said one evening, the shadows dancing like specters around us, "we could sell it." The idea hung heavy in the air, a betrayal cloaked in necessity. I looked at Clara, her brow furrowed, her heart but a fragile thing caught in the storm of our lives. "Sell it?" I echoed, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. "This is our home." But the weeds had taken over, choking the last vestiges of what we once held dear. I remember the day Clara's father, once our ally, came to speak of new plans, corporate farms swallowing whole communities, their machines rumbling like beasts of burden. "They've got the money," he said, his voice low, heavy with resignation. "We can't compete." I felt the rage bubble within me, a raw, primal force. "We won't just roll over," I shouted, my fists clenched. But deep down, I felt the truth clawing at my insides. We were losing. The earth, once our mother, was now a cruel mistress, withholding her bounty, demanding tribute for favors past. I watched Clara's gaze falter, the flicker of hope extinguished. Every night, I dreamed of the crops that could have been, golden fields swaying, laughter of children echoing like music. I remember those dreams, remember waking up in a cold sweat, the reality of our situation crashing down like a wave. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, its sound a reminder of time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Then came the storm. It hit without warning, the clouds roiling like a cauldron of despair. Rain lashed down, drowning the earth we had fought so hard to protect. I remember standing at the window, Clara beside me, her hand gripping mine like I was her lifeline. "What if this is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if we lose everything?" I turned to her, the fear reflected in her eyes, a mirror of my own terror. "We won't lose," I said, but it felt like an empty promise. Outside, the wind screamed, tearing through the remnants of our hard work, as if the universe had decided we weren't worth saving. The days that followed were a blur of devastation. Fields flattened, dreams shattered like glass, our hopes scattered in the mud. Clara's laughter, once a sweet melody, became a haunting echo in my mind, a reminder of what we had fought to protect. I watched as she pulled away, walls rising around her heart, a fortress built from scars. I remember the day I found her sitting in the dark, staring out at the ruin of our lives. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "How do we keep going?" I wanted to say something profound, something that would lift her spirits, but the truth was gnawing at me like a hungry wolf. "We fight," I said, though even I doubted the strength behind my words. "We keep fighting until there's nothing left." But even as I spoke, I felt the weight of despair clawing at my soul. The world outside had turned to shadows, the city lights flickering like distant stars, tempting us toward a false promise of salvation. I knew we were at a crossroads, our choices narrowing like the last breath of twilight. Every heartbeat echoed with the urgency of our plight, the whispers of a community slipping away. The ghosts of past farmers lingered in the corners of my mind, their faces etched in sorrow, their stories woven into the soil. What would they think of us? Would they curse our weakness or praise our fight? Clara turned to me, her eyes a storm of confusion and fear. "What if we let go? What if we just no?" I interrupted, the word exploding from my chest like a firework in the night, vivid, terrifying. "We can't give up. Not now." But as I spoke, a chilling realization settled like a stone in my gut. The struggle wasn't just against the land, it was against time, against an economic tide that threatened to swallow us whole. The clock ticked on, relentless, and I could feel the weight of every second dragging us toward an uncertain future. In that moment, I grasped her shoulders, searching her eyes for a flicker of the girl who had once danced barefoot in the fields. "We fight because we have to," I whispered, desperation lacing my words. "For each other, for our dreams. Even if it feels like the end, outside, the storm raged on, a furious reminder that we were not alone in this battle. We were part of something larger, a cycle of life and death, of struggle and resilience. And though the land felt barren, I knew deep down, beneath the scars and shadows, hope still lingered like a ghost, waiting for a chance to rise again. But tomorrow loomed, a clock ticking ever closer to a confrontation we could not escape. The voices of the past whispered through the gusts of wind, carrying tales of both despair and defiance, urging us to stand firm against the encroaching darkness. And so, we remained, shackled to the land, hearts beating in tandem, desperate to reclaim our place in a world that seemed to have forgotten us. Time marched on, relentless and unyielding, and the battle had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb bleeding orange and crimson across the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of salt and sweat, the cries of gulls echoing over the waves crashing against the jagged rocks below. I stood there, heart pounding, as the distant silhouette of a ship cut through the fog, a behemoth, its sails catching the wind like the wings of some great, hungry bird. The sea was restless, churning with secrets, the kind that claw at your insides and whisper warnings only you can hear. I remember the moment etched in my mind. The waves roared like angry spirits. In that instant, everything changed. The arrival of the Portuguese, their ships lined with cannons and ambition, painted a future of both promise and peril, a maddening dance of commerce that would break more than just the silence of these shores. They had come for spices, for gold, for souls, their eyes glittering with the lust for fortune, their hearts hardened by the tales of the riches that lay just beyond the horizon. And then there was Samuel, a boy of 16, with a wild shock of hair and dreams bigger than the ocean itself. He stood at the edge of the dock, eyes wide, breathless, as the ship approached, the sun glinting off its hull like a siren's call. He was caught between worlds, the weight of his family's expectations pulling at him like an anchor. His father, a fisherman of humble means, had spoken of the old ways, of the sea's bounty, of traditions carved into the very bones of their lineage. But Samuel felt a different pull, a desperation for something more than the catch of the day, something that whispered of adventure and escape. "Are you mad?" his sister Clara shouted, grasping his arm, her voice sharp and urgent. She was a firefly in the gloom, fierce and protective, always trying to shield him from the storms brewing in their lives. "They'll take you, Sam. They'll take all of us. Don't you see?" But all he could see was the ship. It was a ghostly promise, a ticket to grandeur, to a life where he could write his own fate. "I remember," he whispered, though the words were swallowed by the crashing waves, "when I was a child, I dreamed of the world beyond the horizon." Clara's eyes glistened with tears, her heart heavy with the weight of his ambition. She knew the world that awaited him, the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The Portuguese weren't just traders, they were conquerors. She felt a chill creep down her spine, a premonition of the horrors that would soon unfold. "You're playing with fire, Sam," she cautioned, her voice shaking. "You think they come to help us? They'll burn everything." As the ship drew closer, a figure emerged on deck, a man cloaked in shadow, eyes piercing like daggers. His name was Captain Alvaro, a man whose presence sent ripples of dread through the air. The crew danced around him, a chaotic symphony of laughter and shouts, yet there was an underlying tension, a palpable fear that clung to them like a shroud. Their eyes told stories of battles fought, of blood spilled on distant shores, of dreams crushed under the weight of greed. I felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, a foreshadowing of the destruction that would come. The arrival of the British would only compound the chaos, a second wave crashing upon the shores already battered by the tides of change. The merchants, slick with ambition, would soon follow, their ships laden with goods that would poison the land and its people. And then there was Thomas, a trader from England, a man whose heart was encased in layers of self-interest. He arrived with the promise of wealth and opportunity, but his soul was a tangle of contradictions. He spoke of trade routes, of spices that could ignite kingdoms, but behind his charming facade lay a greed that twisted his smile into something venomous. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, drawn to the scent of prosperity, ready to claw his way to the top, no matter the cost. Samuel's world was shrinking, the waters around him boiling with uncertainty. He could feel the pull of ambition tugging at his core, a relentless tide that threatened to sweep him away. "I remember," he murmured to Clara, "the stories of brave men who dared to dream. I want to be like them." Clara's grip tightened, her eyes blazing with defiance. "And what will become of us when they take everything? Have you forgotten our home? Our people?" Her voice cracked, the fear spilling over like a pitiful tide. Tension hung like a storm cloud, thick and oppressive. The stage was set, the players were in motion. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, a collision of dreams and nightmares that would leave scars upon the fabric of their lives. The whispers in the wind spoke of blood and betrayal, of souls lost in the name of progress, of a world that was about to be irrevocably altered. I stood there, a silent witness, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon me. The ships had brought promises, but they carried within them the seeds of destruction, the echoes of a future where nothing would remain the same. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness crept in, a harbinger of the chaos to come. My heart raced, my breath caught in my throat. For Samuel, Clara, and Thomas, it was no longer just about trade, it was a battle for their very souls, a fight against the tides that sought to drown them in ambition's deep waters. The stakes were higher than anyone could fathom, and as the night descended, the stakes would only grow, like the shadows of ships on the horizon, looming ever larger. And so it began, their lives intertwined in a web of fate, each heartbeat echoing in the dark, each decision a step deeper into the abyss. The arrival of the Portuguese and the British would reverberate through time, a tale of ambition and loss, woven together in the fabric of history. As the clock ticked on, I could only hold my breath, waiting for the moment when everything would collide, when the dreams of youth would crash against the harsh stones of reality, and the world would change forever. A brittle silence envelops the courtyard of the Red Fort, stark and oppressive, as if the very air holds its breath. I stand amid the crumbling grandeur, the weight of history pressing into my chest, feeling the pulse of a dying empire reverberate through the stones. Shadows dance along the walls, whispers of a past that clings desperately to life, as a distant wail cuts through the stillness, a sound so haunting it might belong to the spirit of the Mughal Empire itself, mourning its inevitable decline. I remember the faces of those who would rise in rebellion, their hearts heavy with a longing for justice, their eyes ablaze with the fire of discontent. There is Rahim, a farmer, his hands gnarled yet strong from tilled earth, his spirit tethered to the soil he cultivates. The emperor, in his gilded cage, knows nothing of Rahim's plight, nothing of how the oppressive taxes have turned fertile lands into barren fields. Yet Rahim dreams, he dreams of revolt, of freedom, of a time when the sun would rise not just over the empire but over his own destiny. And then, there's Amina, a daughter of the court, raised amidst silk and jewels, yet suffocated by expectations as heavy as a crown. Her laughter, oh, it once rang through the halls like a song, now echoes with an undercurrent of sorrow. Her heart beats to the rhythm of rebellion, too, as she watches her people suffer, their plight buried under layers of privilege. She is torn, caught between her loyalty to a fading dynasty and a burning desire to seek out a new dawn for her people. The night draws in, thick and oppressive, cloaking the fortress in darkness. The stars flicker, distant and indifferent, like the emperor atop his throne, lost in dreams of conquest while his empire crumbles beneath his feet. I remember the moment Rahim stood before an audience of the disaffected, his voice rising above the murmurs. "We are not mere subjects," he cried, and every heartbeat felt like a drum summoning the restless spirits of 1,000 ancestors. "We are the lifeblood of this land. We will rise." But the biting wind carries his words, twisting them into shadows that dance mockingly around him. Amina watches from the shadows, her heart aching at the weight of her indecision. She longs to step into the light beside him, to fight for a cause greater than herself, but fear coils around her like a serpent, whispering of consequences, of loss. Tonight, she breathes, almost to herself, real change can begin. But will it? The air grows thick with tension as Rahim's followers gather, fierce and desperate, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of their torches. Fear and hope swirl together, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. In the distance, a clock strikes midnight, each chime echoing like a death knell for a dynasty too proud to recognize its own decay. Amina feels the tremor beneath her skin, the electric pull of destiny calling her forward, urging her to join the fray. As Rahim stands tall, defiance etched into every line of his face, Amina steps from her hiding place, a hesitant flame in the gathering storm. "Rahim," she calls, her voice breaking through the wind, but the chaos consumes her words. The crowd roars, hungry for rebellion, and for a moment, she sees a flicker of hope in Rahim's eyes. But the moment is crushed beneath the weight of reality. The Emperor's guards, heavy-footed phantoms of authority, surge like a tide, shattering the fragile peace. Steel meets flesh, cries of despair mingle with the clang of swords. The air is thick with the scent of blood and sweat, a ghastly perfume of uprising. Amina's heart races, torn by fear, yet compelled by a force she cannot name. I remember the chaos, the visceral roar of battle, the agony of betrayal, the heart-wrenching cries of those who dared to dream of a better world. Rahim, fighting valiantly, his spirit unwavering even as he feels the cold grip of steel against his skin. Amina watches, paralyzed, as her loyalties are put to the test. She wants to scream, to shout that love, too, can be a form of rebellion, that the walls of privilege must fall for the sake of freedom. In the swirling tempest of bodies and hearts, time stretches and contracts, the moon a silent witness overhead, indifferent to the struggles of mere mortals below. Each second feels eternal. I remember the moment Rahim falls, a gasp escaping his lips, his body collapsing as if the very earth has swallowed his spirit. Amina runs, her heart breaking as she reaches him, cradling his head in her lap, the warmth of his blood seeping into her skirts. "Fight, Rahim," she whispers, her voice trembling with desperation. "You cannot leave us." You promised, but he is already fading, his dreams dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Amina, he gasps, each word a struggle, this is not the end. We are the beginning. And as his eyes flutter closed, the fire behind them extinguished, a profound silence fills the air, heavier than any sword could strike. The world around them collapses into chaos, a maelstrom of anguish and fury. Amina feels a sudden resolve rise within her, a phoenix born from the ashes of despair. She knows now, the empire may be crumbling, but the spirit of rebellion cannot be extinguished. In that heartbeat, she becomes more than just a daughter of the court. She becomes a warrior of hope, a voice for the silenced, a force that will echo through time. The clock strikes once more, and as the echoes fade, the fight is far from over. And somewhere, deep within the shadows of the Red Fort, the heart of the empire beats on, no longer just a remnant of power, but a crucible of change. The air crackled with tension, a heavy shroud of smoke curling through the streets of Delhi, where the world seemed to hold its breath. In the heart of the city, the cries of 1,000 souls pierced the night, mingling with the clatter of hooves and the clang of swords. I remember the ground shaking beneath my feet, the tremor of desperation vibrating through the cobblestones as we watched the shadows dance, flickering uncertainly against the walls of the once mighty Red Fort. The city was a beast thrumming with life and death. As I stood there, my heart pounding against my ribs, I could see him, Nizam al-Mulk, his face a mask of stoic resolve, eyes ablaze with a fire only desperation could ignite. He was the architect of dreams, a soldier of fortune turned reluctant ruler, holding in his heart the weight of the empire that was slipping through his fingers like sand. I wanted to tell him that he was not alone, that the ghosts of his ancestors loomed beside him, urging him onward. But words sank like stones in my throat, and all I could do was watch as he gripped his sword, knuckles white with fear and determination. Then there was Asma, fierce and unyielding, a woman forged from the iron of her circumstances. She leaned against the fort's crumbling wall, her breath visible in the chilling air, a silent warrior preparing for the worst. I remember the way her dark eyes glimmered with defiance, the very essence of a storm ready to break. Behind that fierce exterior, I could sense the flickers of doubt, the haunting whispers of love lost in the chaos that surrounded us. She had known the warmth of affection, had once believed in the promise of peace. But now, as shadows crept closer, their dance revealing a future draped in blood, she had hardened, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake.
Will you still fight when the night falls?
I never meant to speak the words aloud, but they escaped me, a desperate plea lost amid the chaos. I will fight for my dreams, she replied, her voice steady, yet trembling with the weight of unshed tears. Even if my heart is battered, it will not yield. A sudden roar erupted from the distance, plumes of smoke spiraled into the night sky, a harbinger of the horror yet to come. The Persian army, led by the ruthless Nadir Shah, was advancing like a tide ready to drown everything in its path. I could feel the heat of their anger, a savage force that sought to consume our fragile existence. Panic gripped the city, men and women rushing to fortify the walls, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. I remember the sound of drums, a funeral dirge resonating through the streets, each beat echoing the heartbeat of a city in peril. The people of Delhi were a tapestry of uncertainty, woven together by the threads of hope and despair. Children clung to their mothers, their eyes wide with terror, while warriors steeled themselves for a fight that felt as daunting as the cosmos itself. What could mere mortals do against the wrath of a conqueror whose ambition stretched beyond the horizon? Do you think they will come for us? A child's voice quivered beside me, a haunting innocence piercing the darkness. They're already here, I whispered, as if acknowledging the ghosts that roamed through the alleys, mourning what was lost and what was yet to be shattered. In that moment, I felt a chasm open, revealing the fear that lay buried beneath the ashes of dreams. The image of my own family, scattered like leaves in a storm, flashed before my eyes. I had battled my own demons, fought for a chance to be seen, to exist amid the tumult of life. But now, as the world crumbled around us, I found myself questioning my worth, my purpose. Was I just a flicker of flame destined to extinguish in the gale? As the siege tightened, the fort became a fragile sanctuary, holding within its walls the last flickers of hope. I watched as Nizam al-Mulk paced, a lion in a cage, each step measured yet filled with the despair of impending doom. I yearned to read his heart, to understand the turmoil that waged within him, a longing for glory, the burden of responsibility, a flicker of doubt. He was a king without a crown, besieged by the weight of his own making. "The stars above mock us," he muttered one night, staring into the darkness. "For all our resilience, we are but shadows cast by the sun." "But shadows can dance," Asmar countered, her voice cutting through the gloom like a blade. "They can weave stories of survival, of defiance. The night cannot swallow us whole, not if we fight." And fight we did. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat, each breath a prayer. The walls trembled under the weight of desperate souls clinging to life. I found myself swept into the fray, adrenaline surging as I faced foes whose eyes burned with a relentless hunger for conquest. In that moment, I was both nothing and everything, a ghost among the living. Yet, with every swing of a sword, I felt the echoes of loss reverberating through my being. I remembered laughter that once spilled like sunlight across the fields, the warmth of a hand held in trust. Time began to fracture, memory swirling in a kaleidoscope of color and despair. The cosmos seemed to shiver, the very fabric of existence unraveling as if we were but marionettes in a play orchestrated by fate's cruel hand. Then came that moment, a scream that shattered the air, a sound so raw it felt like a piece of my own soul was being ripped away. I turned, and there was Asmar, eyes wide, terror and bravery intertwined in a single glance. The world narrowed, became justice amid the carnage, and I remembered a promise whispered in the dark, a vow to stand together against the night. But the night was cruel, and shadows danced ever closer. I felt the weight of history pressing upon us, the tales of empires crumbling beneath the weight of ambition and greed. In that chaotic swirl of desperation, I caught a glimpse of Nizam al-Mulk, his face illuminated by the flames, a king caught between the ruins of his empire and the ghosts of the past. The battle raged on, a cacophony of rage and loss, where each heartbeat echoed like thunder. The world collapsed into a singularity of chaos, and I could not tell where my pain ended and the pain of the city began. Among the ruins of dreams, we fought for a fragile hope, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, the human spirit could refuse to yield. Yet the tide was rising, the shadows encroaching, and I could sense the end drawing near. As I stumbled through the haze of smoke and blood, the embers of hope flickered like a dying star, illuminating the ghosts that lingered, reminding me that even in the darkest moments, we are never truly alone. And as the walls of our reality began to crumble, I held onto that flicker, that fragile thread of memory, refusing to let go. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid scent of burning wood mingling with the bitter tang of fear. I could taste the chaos on my tongue, metallic and dark, as I pressed my back against the cold stone wall of the crumbling fort. Outside, screams echoed like spectral whispers, and every cry felt like a shattering glass shard piercing the night. I remembered when the world felt different, when laughter had danced on the breeze instead of sorrow. But that was before the invasion. Now, shadows flickered, twisting under the dim light of the torches, illuminating the faces of those consumed by desperation. "Don't look away," shouted Thomas, his voice trembling, though his eyes burned with a fierce determination. I met his gaze, saw the raw fear that churned behind his bravado. He was like a moth drawn to the flame, ready to sacrifice himself for a cause that felt increasingly hopeless. We were boys once, dreaming beneath the stars, but now we stood on the precipice of madness, shaped by the cruelty of this new world where empires clashed, and humanity lay bleeding on the battlefield. "Can we hold them?" I asked, doubt threading through my voice like a venomous snake. I didn't want to show weakness, but in that moment, I felt as fragile as the lanterns flickering in the wind. "They can't take what we've built," he yelled back, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The fort, our bastion of rebellion, was crumbling, just like the dreams we'd once forged together. Shadows of the past haunted me in memories of laughter, warmth, and camaraderie now reduced to whispers in the night. The British had come, with their guns and their greed, ready to snuff out our flickering flame. Samantha appeared beside me, her face a mask of resolve and terror. "We must stand together." "They'll try to divide us," she urged, clutching her makeshift weapon, a wooden staff she had fashioned from fallen branches. I admired her strength, a spark of light in this dense fog of despair, yet my heart ached for her. She was a woman in a world that trivialized her worth, and here she was, ready to fight with a ferocity that left me breathless. The distant thud of drums echoed through the night, a rhythmic pulse of impending doom. With each beat, my heart raced, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us. This wasn't merely a battle, it was a collision of ideologies, of life and death. I remember the elders speaking of the glory days, when our land was rich with culture and promise. Now, that glory felt like a fading dream, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Do you remember the old stories? I asked Samantha, desperate for a thread of normalcy. When the moon would rise over the hills, and we believed in the magic of the night. I remember, she replied, her voice steady despite the tremors in the ground beneath us. But magic won't save us now. As the drums grew louder, I caught a glimpse of the British soldiers, shadows against the dull glow of the torches. Their faces were obscured, but their intent was clear. A storm was brewing, a tempest of fire and fury. My heart sank as I recalled the tales of colonization, of land stripped bare, of voices silenced. The weight of it all pressed into my chest, a heavy stone of grief. "Thomas," I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "What if we don't survive this? What if they take everything?" "Then we fight for what we have left," he said, his resolve hardening. "We fight for our memories, for our future." The tension crackled like electricity in the air, an unspoken understanding binding us. We were not merely fighting for survival, we were fighting for the essence of who we were. The drums crescendoed, and in that moment, I felt time warp around us, each second stretching into eternity. My mind flickered to the dreams I had, of a world where unity triumphed over division, where cultures intertwined in harmony. But here, in this bleak reality, those dreams were ghosts, whispering too softly to be heard. The battle erupted, chaos spilling into the night like ink on paper. I swung my staff, adrenaline surging through my veins, and the sound of clashing metal filled my ears. Each strike felt like an echo of lost hopes, every scream a reminder of what was at stake. I fought alongside Thomas and Samantha, our breaths mingling in the stifling air, a frantic dance of life and death. But as the tide of battle surged and fell, a sinking realization crept into my heart. We were outnumbered, and our fire was flickering. I could see it in Thomas's eyes, the flicker of doubt that threatened to extinguish everything we had fought for. "Stay close!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. But in the chaos, I felt us fracturing, the threads of our unity tearing apart. And then, in the midst of that turmoil, I spotted her, a child, no more than 7, her eyes wide with terror as she clutched a doll stained with remnants of the past. Time slowed. I thought of innocence, of laughter, of dreams untainted by the horrors of war. My heart shattered as I realized the true cost of this conflict. "Protect her!" I screamed, my voice hoarse from the weight of pain. I watched Thomas charge forward, a fierce guardian ready to shield her from the storm. But the winds of fate are relentless, and in an instant, the world turned dark. I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, a cruel reminder that this battle was not just ours. It belonged to history, to the relentless march of power, to the ghosts that would haunt us long after the echoes of war faded. In the chaos, I remember the faces, the brave, the scared, the lost. I remembered the laughter that once filled the air, the dreams that floated like stars in the night sky. But the stars were dimming, and the darkness was closing in. As I stood there, caught in the violent whirlpool of emotion and chaos, I realized this was just the beginning. The aftermath would not be a simple epilogue, it would be a haunting, an echo of what had been lost and what lay ahead. The British would emerge victorious, but victory would come at a staggering cost, the cost of humanity, of connection, of everything we held dear. And in that moment, as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of history wrapping around me like a shroud. Time kept ticking forward, a relentless clock that measured our hearts and souls, but the echoes of our struggle would linger, forever a reminder that in the face of darkness, we must find the light, however faint. The air was thick, almost suffocating, with the scent of spices and sweat, a blend that clung to the damp stone walls of the old marketplace. Shadows loomed like ghosts, flickering under the dim glow of flickering lanterns, as whispers of ambition and resentment twisted through the night like a serpent. I remember the panic in the eyes of Arif, a talented young painter, as he clutched his brush like a lifeline. His heart raced, each beat echoing the pulse of the city, a living tapestry woven with threads of war, love, and betrayal. He had painted the emperor's portrait, a masterpiece that captured not just the likeness but the very essence of a ruler who held the fate of a kingdom in his hands. But the winds of discontent were swirling, and Arif stood on the precipice of ruin. The night felt alive, vibrating with tension, the air electric as he faced the shadows that threatened to engulf him. "I can't lose this," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, trembling with desperation. "I can't become a ghost in my own life." Across the marketplace, under the weight of history, there was Noor. She sold marigold garlands, vibrant and fragrant, yet her heart was a storm of sorrow. The Mughal legacy loomed above her like a gilded cage. The emperors had built soaring palaces, their echoing halls a testament to glory, but beneath the opulence lay the scars of oppression. She had once dared to dream of love, of a life unshackled by the chains of tradition. But dreams, like the delicate petals of her garlands, could be crushed underfoot by the weight of expectation. "I remember the first time I saw the Taj," she whispered to herself, recalling the way its shimmering white marble kissed the evening sun. "Beauty can't mask the pain." And yet, in that very moment, she felt the tug of longing, a desire to break free from the confines of her life. But what if love is just another prison, she pondered, staring into the deepening dusk, where the stars began to prick the velvet sky like distant hopes. Then there was Tariq, a soldier caught in a web of loyalty and doubt. He had fought for the empire, his blade stained with the blood of those who might have been friends in another life. Duty hung heavily on his shoulders, a mantle woven from the threads of ancestral pride and personal sacrifice. But now, as he walked the cobblestone streets, the echoes of the past haunted him. "I remember each face," he murmured, the words tumbling from his lips like stones. "The ones I couldn't save." The moon loomed, a pale sentinel, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls, whispering tales of lovers, warriors, and the unyielding hand of fate. Tariq could feel the weight of his choices, the sharp edge of regret slicing through the fabric of his heart. "What am I fighting for?" he questioned the silence, as if the stars might answer with their distant wisdom. Each step he took felt like a march to the gallows, a reminder that the legacy of the Mughals was not just in their grandeur, but in the bloodshed that paved the way. Time seemed to twist and coil like the smoke rising from the incense stalls, and the stories of Arif, Nur, and Tariq merged into a haunting melody. They were threads in a vast tapestry, each one fraying, yet intertwined with the others in an intricate pattern of fate. The Mughal influence pulsed through the very veins of the people, a dual legacy of beauty and brutality, and they were caught in its embrace. "I remember the songs of my mother," Noor sighed, her voice a soft lament, the one she sang as she wove garlands, her hands moving like whispers. The memories wrapped around her like a shroud, a bittersweet reminder of a life that could have been. She said beauty is a gift, but it can also be a curse. Arif, lost in his art, sought solace in colors that danced on canvas, but the world outside was a riot of chaos. Each stroke of his brush was a rebellion, a cry against the injustices that thrived in the shadows. "Can beauty save us?" he whispered, his heart aching with the weight of the question. Each layer of paint bore witness to his dreams, yet with each passing moment, the specter of failure loomed larger. The night thickened with tension, and the marketplace thrummed with a restless energy. The echoes of laughter mingled with the cries of despair as the ghosts of the past blended with the present. Tariq found himself caught between duty and desire, between the weight of his sword and the pull of his heart. "I need to know," he thought, desperate for answers that eluded him. "Is this the legacy I want?" The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the turmoil below. Arif, Nur, and Tariq moved through the streets, each step a silent drumbeat of their intertwined destinies. The world around them pulsed with a rhythm that matched the chaos in their souls. The Mughal legacy was a haunting serenade, a promise of beauty laced with a bitter aftertaste. And in that moment, as they stood on the edge of their own stories, the air crackled with unspoken words, the weight of history pressing down like a leaden cloak. The shadows seemed to breathe, each one whispering secrets of love, loss, and the relentless passage of time. With every heartbeat, the city around them thrummed with life, a cacophony of dreams and despair, each note sharp, yet somehow harmonious, leading them toward an inevitable confrontation with their own ghosts. The past lingered like perfume, intoxicating and maddening. What will the future remember? Arif wondered, the question hanging heavy in the air. He painted not just for glory, but for the souls who had lived and died beneath the Mughal sun. I remember, Noor whispered again, her voice slipping into the silence like a soft sigh. I remember the stories that shaped us, the dreams that eluded us. And as the night deepened, Tariq clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his sword, the ghosts of the fallen echoing in his mind. The legacy is ours to carry, he thought, a flame of resolve igniting within him. And yet, it feels like a burden. Time twisted and turned, as haunting echoes of the past danced with the uncertainty of the future, drawing them all toward a destiny that felt as inevitable as the stars above. The moon remained a silent witness, illuminating a path that was filled with shadows and light, struggle and beauty, love and loss. The echoes of their hearts intertwined, a haunting melody that would ripple through the ages, unbroken and eternal. The night air was thick with the scent of burning wood and sweat, a bizarre perfume that clung to the stone walls of the crumbling fort. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, listening to the whispers of the past. There was a tension in the air, a crackling energy, like the moments before a storm breaks free. Shadows flickered in the torchlight, grotesque shapes that danced with the memories of a time when emperors ruled with the touch of a hand, when history was not just recorded, but felt in the marrow of every soul. I remember the sound of clashing swords, the metallic tang of blood mixing with the dust of the earth, a cruel reminder of how glorious and terrible power can be. Amidst the chaos, there was Zara, her fierce heart pulsing with the righteousness of 1,000 forgotten warriors. She was a woman forged in the crucible of conflict, her eyes blazing with the fire of rebellion. How could she navigate the tangled web of loyalty and betrayal? How could she stifle the gnawing fear that the very lineage she fought to protect was built on bones and ashes? And then there was Amir, a scholar, trapped in the cage of his own intellect, grappling with the weight of history. His fingers trembled as they traced the edges of a fraying manuscript, each faded letter a reminder of truths buried under centuries of myth. He yearned to untangle the narratives, each twist and turn a potential dagger to the heart. Yet, with every glance at Zara, he felt the pull of emotional gravity, a reminder that history was not just facts to be dissected but lives lived, loves lost, and dreams extinguished. Do you remember? Zara's voice cut through the din of memories, sharp and urgent, when they said the Mughals were invincible. Do you remember the tales of their splendor, their gardens blooming like blood in the spring? Her laughter, a brittle sound against the backdrop of their shared fears, echoed in the stillness, taunting the very fabric of their existence. Are we just stories in someone else's legend? Amir shifted, the weight of her words pressing down on him like a storm cloud. Legends are just shadows, Zara. His voice was barely a whisper, a soft plea against the overwhelming tide of history. They mask the truth, the mundane rot that lies beneath the tales of glory. Yet, even as he spoke, he felt the lure of the grand narrative, the seduction of a myth that could elevate them beyond their realities. They stood at the precipice of something monumental, a battle not just of swords but of ideologies. Their hearts beat in rhythm, a syncopated dance of ambition and doubt, love and despair. The Mughal Empire, a spectre that loomed large in their lives, had cast them into roles they never signed up for. Zara, the fiery tempest, and Amir, the reflective scholar, caught between the explosive legacy of an empire and the haunting memories of ordinary lives crushed under its weight. The clock tower in the distance chimed, an eerie sound that reverberated through the night, reminiscent of fate's relentless march. It struck 3 times, each toll a reminder of time slipping away, of dreams dying in the dark corners of memory. We are the ghosts of our ancestors, Amir murmured, trapped in this endless loop of myth and reality. Zara clenched her fists, the skin taut with the strain of uncertainty. Then let us carve our own tale. Let us be the ones who rewrite this history. Her voice was a crescendo, a call to arms that echoed against the walls of time. But in her determination, Amir saw the flicker of desperation. She was fighting against not just the empire but the ghosts of the past that loomed larger than life, shadows that whispered secrets she was not ready to confront. I remember the stories, he said, his eyes darting toward her, but what if the truth is darker than we can bear? The moon hung high, a sentinel in the night sky, casting its silver light upon them like a cruel joke, illuminating their fears and desires with an unyielding clarity. They could hear it then, the distant cries of those who had come before them, the echoes of battles fought and lost, the laughter of children who never knew peace, the lovers who vanished without a trace. Each sound layered like a symphony of sorrow, binding them to the past, to the Mughal Empire, where beauty often masked brutality, and triumph was built on the ruins of the vanquished. "Zara," Amir whispered, urgency lacing his voice, "do you see? We are mere reflections in a mirror stained with blood. What will our story be when the dust settles? Something real, Amir. Something tangible." Her gaze pierced through the darkness, fierce and unyielding. "We must not let fear dictate our path. The Empire may cast long shadows, but we can choose to light the way." And as the shadows danced and the air thickened with unspoken truths, they stood on the edge of history, lovers caught in the tempest of time, striving against the weight of a legacy that threatened to bury them alive. The tension was palpable, an electric current surging through their veins, binding them tighter than the chains of the past. In that moment, I felt the pull of their shared anguish, the heartache of every soul lost to the relentless march of historical memory. The Mughal Empire was not just a backdrop, it was a living, breathing entity, an enigma that stirred restlessly within them. The myth spun a web around their souls, suffocating yet intoxicating. They were trapped in a dance of despair and defiance, where the lines between myth and reality blurred, where the ghosts of history lingered, ever watchful and ever hungry. As they faced the uncertain dawn, their hearts wild with longing and trepidation, I knew this was not just their story. It was a reflection of all who dared to shape their destinies against the tide of history. In the silence that followed, they stood, two souls entwined in a struggle that transcended time, in a narrative that would never truly end. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense and the distant echoes of a woman's wail. I felt it in my bones, the historical weight of it, the sorrow wrapped in tension. It was a moment frozen, a heart-wrenching pause just before chaos erupted. The Mughal Empire loomed over the land like an ominous shadow, and on that day, the sun seemed afraid to shine. Beneath its oppressive gaze, I stood with Fatith, a young soldier whose hands trembled, not from fear but from a restless yearning for glory. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of hope battling against the crushing reality of a war that was not his own. "I remember the stories," he whispered, his voice barely breaking above the rush of the wind. "They said the Mughals were invincible, but do you believe that? They bleed like us." His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the backdrop of a world that seemed intent on devouring him whole. Each pulse of his heart echoed with the sound of trumpets announcing battles long past, each beat a reminder that history was not merely a tale spun by scholars but a living entity, gnashing its teeth at the helpless. Across the dusty courtyard, amidst the chaos of soldiers rallying for the next skirmish, stood Amina, a woman carved from the very essence of earth and defiance. Her eyes, dark as the night sky, held centuries of pain and resilience. She was not just a witness to the turbulent tides of the Mughal impact, she was the heart caught in a storm that raged through villages, slaughtering dreams and breathing life into nightmares. "Fatith," she called, her voice hauntingly sweet yet steeped in desperation. "Will you fight for their empire, or will you fight for our home?" Each word was a knife, slicing through the fervor of youthful ambition. Fatith's heart wavered, caught between the intoxicating allure of honor and the suffocating chains of loyalty. The Mughals had brought splendor to the land, the shimmering domes of their cities reflected in the tranquil waters of the Yamuna, gold and jewels glistening in the sunlight like stars fallen to earth. Yet, the beauty cloaked a sinister reality, the weight of oppression, the blood of innocents soaking the soil. "Home," he echoed, the word tumbling from his lips like a prayer, and in that moment, I saw the conflict wrestle within him, fierce and unforgiving. It was the age-old struggle, a war fought not just in the fields, but in hearts, in dreams, in whispered hopes. I wanted to reach out to him, to shake him awake from this dream that was a nightmare in disguise. "What do you know of home, Fatith?" "It is being ravaged by the very men you wish to emulate." Amina's voice rang out, a bell tolling for the fallen. With fierce determination, she stepped closer, shadows dancing around her like spirits lost to time. "You speak of glory, but have you tasted the ashes of burnt villages? Have you seen the blood-soaked ground where laughter once thrived?" Her words were sharp, a staccato rhythm that matched the racing of my heart. I felt every syllable reverberate in the hollow spaces of my chest, turning memories of laughter into echoes of despair. In the distance, the clash of swords began, a cacophony of metal and fury that drowned out reason. Fatatha's gaze flickered toward the battlefield, the very air crackling with anticipation. A part of him longed to rush into that chaos, to etch his name into the annals of history. But another part, one that Amina ignited with her fiery resolve, yearned for something greater, something more profound than mere bloodlust. What did it mean to be remembered, after all, if it meant sacrificing one's soul? I remember the tales of my forefathers fighting against tyranny, he murmured, almost to himself, as if the ghosts of history were whispering in his ear. They told me of honor, of valor. But tell me, Amina, is there honor in fighting for an empire that devours its own? The truth hung heavy in the air, unsaid yet palpable, a thick fog swirling around us, clouding judgment, shrouding intentions. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, as if the spirits of those who had fallen were watching, waiting for a choice to be made. The blood of millions seeped into the very earth we stood upon, a reminder that decisions made in haste could lead to an eternity of regret. Amina's resolve cracked like thunder. Choose wisely, Fatath. The Mughals offer riches, but they take more than they give. They will leave you hollow. Her voice trembled, the gravity of her words a chasm between us and the battlefield. I could see the flicker of doubt in Fatatha's eyes, and it ignited a fire within me. Will your name bring you solace when the dust settles, or will you be nothing more than a whisper in the wind? In that fleeting moment, the space between us filled with the essence of choice, echoes of laughter, of dreams, of love intertwined with the grim realities of warfare. I could feel the pulse of time, relentless and unforgiving, ticking away our moments of innocence, our chances for redemption. Behind us loomed the vast tapestry of the Mughal Empire, cities shimmering with promise yet soaked in sorrow, where emperors feasted while villagers starved. The clash of steel grew nearer, and as Fatath took a step towards the battlefield, a part of me knew this was not just a physical confrontation. It was a battle for his very soul, for his conviction. I reached for him, but the ground beneath us began to tremble, a sign of the mountains of history shifting, restless. Fatath! I cried, my voice breaking as shadows swallowed the light. What will you choose? A legacy of bloodshed, or a life unmarked by the despair of others? But perhaps such questions were futile. Perhaps we were all just ghosts wandering through the corridors of history, forever haunted by choices made long before our time. As the horizon burned, leaving us cloaked in twilight, a single tear traced a path down Amina's cheek. It glistened, a solitary star in a darkening sky, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope lingered like an uninvited guest. And I stood there, suspended in time, knowing that this was only the beginning, an endless loop of conflict, of choices, of soul-wrenching battles that would echo through the ages, long after the swords had rusted and the shadows had faded. The air crackled with tension, a dangerous pulse that reverberated through the marble halls of the Mughal court. Shadows danced under flickering oil lamps, revealing faces etched with fear, ambition, and longing. I remember the way the women in the court would hold their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of power that felt almost palpable, like an electric storm brewing just beyond the horizon. They were the ghosts of the past, whispering secrets in the dark, and I was merely a witness, a bystander caught in the storm. When it happened, the chamber erupted. There she stood, Empress Nur Jahan, regal and fierce, eyes blazing like stars ignited in the night sky. Her silk skirts brushed the floor, trailing behind her like a comet's tail, and somehow, amidst the chaos, all I could see was the fierce determination etched into her brow. You dare challenge me, she roared, voice echoing against the stone, slicing through the silence, cutting deep into hearts. The room held its breath, a collective gasp unfolding like a flower frozen in time. I remember Jahan, her sister. The shadows clung to her like a second skin, always lingering in the periphery, always watching. She wore her vulnerability like a crown, a silent scream hidden behind a gilded mask. Sisters do not fight, she murmured, her voice soft but strained, like the last note of a song played too long. Her heart was a battleground, torn between loyalty to her sister and the bitter yearning for her own place in a world that seemed to shun her. The tension wrapped around me, suffocating yet exhilarating, alive with the electric pulse of unresolved emotions. I felt it in my bones, the struggle of women who wielded power in a male-dominated court, how they were both queens and pawns. Love was a game of chess, and hearts were the pieces laid bare on the board. I longed to scream, to reach out and shake them from their reveries, but instead, I watched as Nur Jahan's words pierced the air like arrows, each one a declaration, a battle cry. I will not be silenced. The resolve in her voice sent tremors through the crowd. And there was the courtier, Mirza, with his smirking facade, a wolf in sheep's clothing. He watched with hungry eyes, delighting in the discord. Power lies in the hands of those who dare to seize it, he whispered to anyone who would listen, his voice a silken thread weaving through the chaos. The way he leaned against the wall, arms crossed, was both a challenge and an invitation. His presence was intoxicating, a bittersweet poison that twisted the air. I hated him, yet I couldn't look away. I remember the hushed conversations that echoed through the marble corridors, the glances exchanged in secret, the unshed tears that glistened like stars in the darkness. Women would gather in cloisters, their voices low, their laughter a mask for the sorrow that lingered just below the surface. They spoke of love and betrayal, dreams deferred, and the chains of expectation that bound them tighter than any silk sari. Each word was a dagger, each confession a wound. Then came the night when everything shifted. A moon hung heavy in the sky, casting ghostly shadows across the stone floor. Nur Jahan was pacing, her breath quickening, trembling, as she stood on the precipice of something monumental. "You think you can control me?" she spat, every syllable dripping with venom. Her eyes blazed with an intensity that left the room shaking. Jahanara stood frozen, caught between the tempest and the calm, her heart a pendulum swinging widely between fear and love. In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down, each heartbeat a reminder of the women who came before them, whose names were lost to time but whose spirits lingered in the air. They danced on the edges of recognition, their whispers weaving through every seam of fabric, every flicker of candlelight. It was as if the court itself were alive, a restless ghost, hungry for stories untold. "Why do we fight?" Jahanara finally broke the silence, her voice barely more than a breath. "We are sisters, not enemies." The words hung in the air like smoke, an invitation, a plea, and yet the flames crackled louder, urging them to take their places on the battlefield. A silent war raged within them, the desire for unity battling against the bitter truth of their rivalry. Mirza leaned closer, his voice a low growl. "Sisters? Or rivals? In this world, power is the only bond that matters." Each word was a knife, cutting through the fragile thread of sisterhood, leaving raw wounds behind. The weight of the moment was unbearable, thick with anticipation and pain. Time blurred, and the night stretched on, filled with echoes of laughter that turned to sobs, of love that morphed into betrayal. The air pulsated with life and death, the fragility of human emotions laid bare. I remember the way they held each other's gazes, like two stars on a collision course, drawn together yet destined to destroy one another. And in that all-consuming silence, I understood, these women were not mere players in the court's game, they were the architects of their own fates, weaving their destinies like intricate tapestries. The power they wielded was both a gift and a curse, a dual-edged sword that could slice through bonds of loyalty and love. But the clock was ticking, and the night was far from over. As the moon watched silently, a storm loomed on the horizon, a reminder that in the end, shadows would always chase the light. The echoes of their conflict would ripple through time, long after the candles burned low and the chambers fell silent. The air was thick with unspoken words, and as the breath caught in my throat, I knew this was merely the beginning. The cry of power was far from silenced, it lingered, a haunting melody destined to continue, to twist and turn in the darkness, intertwining their fates into the very fabric of the court itself. I remember the clash of steel, the scent of fear wrapping around us like a shroud, and the thundering chaos that echoed through the narrow streets of Lahore on that ominous night. A crescent moon hung high, casting ghostly shadows over the cobblestones slick with the sweat of impending violence. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to suffocate hope. As I stood there, heart racing, I could sense the weight of history pushing down upon us, a relentless force willing us to remember the brittle thread that tied Hindu and Muslim in a dance both beautiful and brutal. There was Rahim, his eyes dark pools of despair and courage. A man torn by the legacy of his ancestors, a Hindu caught in the crossfire of a feudal system that demanded loyalty to the empire, yet whispered promises of brotherhood. He clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, ready to defend his home, his family. They think us enemies, he spat through clenched teeth, his voice a raw whisper, but we have shared bread, shared laughter. This is madness. The desperation in his tone pricked at my heart, a reminder that even in this maelstrom, humanity flickered like a dying flame. Then there was Zainab, her cheek stained with the tracks of tears unspent. A Muslim woman, determined yet haunted, she had witnessed the unraveling of peace. Each night, she dreamt of a time when the stars weren't stained with blood. How can they not see, she cried, eyes wide with an intensity that pierced the dark. We are more than our faiths. We are mothers, fathers, lovers. Why do they not remember our shared stories? Her voice quaked, yearning for a world that felt lost, a dream where love trumped tyranny. And in that moment, I felt it too, the brutal irony of being alive in a time where the essence of humanity was eclipsed by the weight of political ambition. The Mughals, with their grand designs and opulent courts, painted a tapestry of unity, while their very existence sowed discord. Each maneuver on the chessboard of power sent ripples through the lives of ordinary people, igniting flames of resentment and fear. They bathe once a year, I chuckled darkly, trying to lighten the atmosphere as Rahim and Zainab exchanged glances steeped in disbelief. So yeah, romance was earthy. Laughter mingled with the tension, a fleeting reprieve from the storm that loomed. But as the sounds of clashing swords grew louder, so did the realization that we were mere pawns on a board that shifted with the whims of empires. I could see the shadows of our ancestors creeping upon us, ghosts of a history that demanded recognition. The sun sets for all, I whispered, remembering tales of bravery, of Akbar, the Great, who sought to unite through dialogue, and the furious backlash that followed. The whispers of the past coiled around us, a reminder that harmony is fragile, easily shattered by the echo of a single cry for blood. The night wore on, thick with uncertainty, and I could feel the pulse of conflict throbbing through my veins, the struggle between inherited belief and the burning desire for peace. In the distance, the drums of war called, a relentless heartbeat echoing the fears of both Rahim and Zainab. Are we to be divided forever? Zainab's voice trembled, both a question and a plea. Or do we dare to forge a path that honors our shared existence? As Rahim stepped forward, eyes ablaze with passion, I felt time slow, the world narrowing to this singular confrontation. I will not let them tear us apart, he shouted, the words echoing against the dizzying silence that followed. My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, anger, hope, despair, every heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. And then came the moment, sharp as a dagger, when the first blow was struck, a cry, a clash, a cascade of chaos spilling into the night. The realization swept over me that this was not merely a conflict of faiths but a battle for the soul of a nation. Each sword that drew blood, each cry that shattered the silence, was a testament to the anguish that gripped us all. I felt the horror of it all, the realization that even as we fought to hold on to our identities, we risked losing everything that made us human. The streets of Lahore transformed into a hellscape, shadows dancing in the flickering light of torches, casting long, grotesque figures that mocked our pain. As I stumbled through the chaos, the cries of Rahim and Zainab echoed in my mind, their hopes entwined with my own. We were caught in the crossfire not just of swords, but of ideologies that had long since spilled over into the realm of the absurd, a world where the complexities of love and shared histories were reduced to a binary fight. In the midst of the turmoil, I caught a glimpse of Zainab, her silhouette outlined against the flames, defiant yet fragile. Remember who we are, she screamed, a beacon of hope amidst the madness. I reached out, desperate to bridge the gap, but the world around us burned, the chaos swallowed us whole. I could feel their presence, Rahim beside me, Zainab ahead, a trio of fate tangled within the fabric of a nation teetering on the brink. The moon hung heavy above, an indifferent witness to our plight, its silvery light casting shadows that twisted and turned, mocking our attempts to find clarity. Time felt frozen, each heartbeat stretching into eternity. Where were we headed? Would we rise from the ashes or be consumed entirely by the flames of hatred? I remember how the night melted into dawn, hope sparking anew even as the scars of the past loomed large. Yet the question lingered, could we, in our fragility, weave a narrative that celebrated our differences instead of tearing us apart? Or would we forever remain shackled by the weight of a history that demanded we choose sides? And just like that, the battle raged on, leaving us suspended in a moment of uncertainty, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with possibility. The lines drawn in the sand seemed to blur, and as I looked into the eyes of Rahim and Zainab, I realized that the story was not over. It was merely the beginning of an unending struggle, a struggle for understanding, for peace, for the very soul of our shared existence. The echoes of our voices would resonate long after the swords were sheathed, a testament to the resilience of humanity in the face of insurmountable odds. The clock tower loomed over the bustling streets of Agra, its hands frozen in time, a mocking reminder of the moments lost beneath the relentless march of human ambition. A gnarled hand trembled as Malik, the aging architect, traced the intricate carvings of the Taj Mahal, the sun's rays glaring down like judgment upon his weathered skin. He could feel the weight of 1,000 hopes resting on his shoulders, the echoes of laughter mingling with whispers of despair. Every chisel stroke had once sung a promise of eternity, but now, the air crackled with tension, a silent scream enveloped the monument that had become both a marvel and a prison. I remember the day the sky turned a sullen grey, a portent of the storm that would not just shatter glass but dreams. Aisha, Malik's brilliant daughter, stood at his side, her eyes bright with the fire of discovery, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Behind her youthful zeal lay the shadows of doubt, a gnawing fear that whispered, what if? What if the world did not see her as she wished to be seen? What if her inventions languished in the dark, shadowed by the weight of tradition? I remember, she said, voice shaking, the way they dismissed me. Women are meant to weave, not to measure the stars. Her hands, delicate yet fierce, held the very compass that could chart the heavens, yet here she stood, tethered to the ground by centuries of oppression. Aisha's heart raced like the frantic dance of fireflies caught in a storm, illuminating the corners of her mind with dreams of astrolabes and equations that could redefine the cosmos. But the shadows stretched long in Agra, where men like Malik were both revered and feared. The conflict within him was palpable, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface, a father torn between his love for his daughter and the weight of 1,000 generations who had carved their place in stone. You can't change the world, Aisha, he whispered, though his heart screamed for her to try. They will not listen. Yet, she believed in the impossible. She believed that the very stars could whisper secrets through the night, that the intricate patterns of the cosmos could be unraveled with the right equation, a grand tapestry woven through science, history, and dreams. Aisha's hands trembled as she sketched her designs, the ink flowing like the blood of her ancestors, rich with the stories of those who had come before her. Each line sparkled with defiance, challenging the very essence of a world entrenched in rigid hierarchies. The clash of iron and ambition echoed through the streets. The Mughal Empire was a colossal beast, its heart beating with the rhythm of art, mathematics, and innovation. Yet, shadows loomed. The court was rife with conspiracies, a battleground where knowledge was both power and poison. Emperor Shah Jahan, the architect of dreams, yet also a man trapped in his gilded cage, watched as his empire teetered on the edge of chaos. The whispers of his advisors were a symphony of deceit, the true cost of progress etched in the lines on his forehead. The weight of his decisions pressed down like the stones of the very fortresses he had commissioned. Could he allow Aisha to soar? Or would the fear of losing control shackle her to a legacy he could barely uphold? In the haunting glow of twilight, he found himself lost amidst the grandeur of his creations, the shimmering white marble of the Taj, the vibrant blooms of the gardens, all symbols of an empire that thrived on innovation and yet resisted change. I remember, he whispered to the ghosts of his ambitions. But what if my legacy becomes an anchor, dragging us all into the depths? The walls of the fort held secrets, the echoes of laughter and despair, a cacophony of dreams never realized. Would his daughter be one of them? The tension tightened like a noose, the air thick with unspoken words. Aisha stood at the precipice of her own destiny, defiance igniting in her chest like wildfire. I will not be a ghost, father. I refuse to vanish into the shadows. Her eyes blazed with the fire of 1,000 suns, fierce and unyielding. In that moment, under the watchful gaze of the stars above, they were two souls bound by blood yet divided by the chasms of fear and tradition. Could she convince him?
Could she transform the whispers of her heart into a roar that would shake the very foundations of their world? The tension crackled in the air, and with every heartbeat, the sands of time slipped through their fingers. She took a step forward, the ground solid beneath her feet, as she dared to challenge the very essence of what it meant to innovate, to create. I will build the future, not just with my hands, but with my mind. We are the children of this empire, and we will not be silenced. A shiver ran through Malik's spine. Could he bear the burden of her dreams? In that moment, everything shifted. The stars seemed to align, the cosmos whispering promises of change, of revolutions waiting to be born. He saw her, truly saw her, for the first time, not as a daughter bound by the chains of expectation but as an architect of her own destiny. The air felt electric, the ground trembled beneath the weight of possibilities. And in the distance, the sound of hammers striking metal rang like the drumbeats of a new era, each clang resonating with the heartbeat of progress. The Mughal Empire would rise or fall on the shoulders of those willing to dream, to innovate, to defy the odds. The shadows might whisper of failure, but here, under the vast canopy of stars, hope flickered like a candle, a fragile light illuminating the path ahead. I remember the night stretching infinitely before us, the stars winking conspiratorially as Aisha's laughter danced in the air. It was a sound that would haunt the corridors of history, echoing through the ages, reminding us that the quest for knowledge and innovation can never be truly extinguished. It lives on in the hearts of those who dare to dream. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from a half-forgotten incense stick, wrapped in the whispers of an empire's dying breath. I stood in the dim light of a forgotten gallery within the Red Fort, my heart pounding like a war drum, echoing the fading glory of the Mughal dynasty. The paintings hung like ghosts, their colors fading, faces etched with sorrow, each brushstroke a reminder of a legacy slipping into the shadows. I remember the cold touch of the stone wall beneath my fingers, a chilling reminder of the weight of history pressing down upon me. Amir stood frozen before a canvas, the remnants of a grand mural, his eyes wide as if he were staring into the abyss. He was a dreamer, an artist shackled by the expectations of a world that demanded beauty while it was tearing itself apart. His hands trembled, the very essence of his spirit caught between the realism of the past and the chaotic abstraction of the present. "Look," he whispered, voice barely more than a breath, "it's all slipping away. The colors, they used to speak to me." But the silence screamed back, a howl of memories. I remember how he once declared that art could transcend time, that it could bind the past to the present in lush, vibrant hues. Now, those colors faded like old scars, and he was left grappling with the haunting truth that some beauty was meant to be lost. Amir's face contorted, a reflection of the turmoil inside him, and I could feel the weight of unfulfilled dreams bearing down upon us both. Tara, my fierce companion and a critic of Amir's work, entered the gallery with a swirling storm in her heart, her eyes ablaze with a fire that could ignite the very air. She was the embodiment of contradiction, filled with passion yet plagued by doubt. "Amir," she called out, her voice cutting through the haze like a knife, "why do you cling to these ghosts? Look around. Look at the chaos of today. The world is shifting beneath our feet, and you're still painting like the heavens haven't fallen." I remember how her words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in desperation. Tara believed in the raw power of abstraction, in the jagged edges and splashes of color that could evoke the very essence of existence. But Amir, the artist, the dreamer, was anchored to the past, caught in a tide that threatened to drag him under. I felt the distance growing between them, a chasm of unspoken fears and dreams unfulfilled. The gallery shuddered with their unacknowledged tension, each painting a silent witness to their strife. I watched as Amir's eyes hardened, a shield rising between them. "You don't understand, Tara. There's beauty in the truth of what was. I can't just erase it." His voice trembled, the weight of emotion spilling over like ink on a fresh canvas, dark and relentless. "Beauty? Or nostalgia?" she shot back, her own pain bubbling to the surface. "You're clinging to a dream that's already turned to dust. We need to embrace what's happening now." The struggle between them felt monumental, a clash of ideals that echoed the very foundations of Mughal art, once rich with realism, now morphing into something raw, visceral, and unsettlingly abstract. I remember the shadows lengthening around us, each passing moment heavy with anticipation as I weighed my own thoughts. Could art evolve, or was it a betrayal to the past? The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, each moment a reminder of time slipping through our fingers, like the colors in Amir's paintings, fading into obscurity. The walls creaked, burdened by the weight of history and heartache, as if the very stones were mourning the loss of what once was. I could feel the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down on us, the echoes of emperors and artisans, their laughter and cries mingling into the silence. The room was a haunting blend of past and present, where sorrow met desperation, and I stood helplessly in the middle, caught between two souls tearing at the fabric of their dreams. That night, the air outside was heavy with a restless breeze, carrying whispers of change. I could feel the world shifting, a dance between the known and the unknown, a heartbeat away from a new dawn. Amir, lost in contemplation, stood before a tattered painting, the colors smeared and running like tears. "The past is a ghost, Tara," he murmured, "but it still holds power." Yet Tara's spirit blazed in rebellion, a wildfire against the encroaching darkness. "Then let's make something new. Let the past inform us, but do not let it chain us." The tension between them crackled, a raw, electric force that sent shivers down my spine. As they faced each other, their breaths mingling with the air, I felt the walls close in on me, the memories of the art around us alive, pulsing with unspoken words. Would they find common ground or be forever entangled in the web of their conflicting desires? I remember the moment the gallery seemed to hold its breath, a fragile pause before the storm, the air thick with a sense of impending release, a catharsis waiting to unfurl. The shadows danced, and I could almost hear the echoes of the past whispering their secrets, daring us to confront the shifting tides of creativity and identity. As the clock struck midnight, the world outside faded, leaving only the haunting dance of dreams inside the gallery. The walls throbbed with life, each painting a mirror reflecting not just art, but the very essence of humanity, our struggles, our passions, our relentless pursuit of meaning. And in that moment, I realized that the changing face of Mughal art, from realism to abstraction, was not just a story of paint and canvas, but a reflection of us all, the fear of loss, the yearning for connection, and the incessant battle between the ghosts of the past and the promise of what could be. The story hung in the air, electric and alive, waiting to be told, waiting to breathe. The market was a cacophony of sound, a swirl of colors and scents. Shouts of merchants, the clinking of coins, and the faint aroma of spices hung thick in the air. I stood there, heart racing, as excitement warred with the tension that coiled around my stomach like a viper. "What is it about this place?" I murmured, half to myself, half to the wind that felt like it was carrying whispers of centuries. In the heart of this chaos, I saw him, Rafiq, his face etched with worry, a frown pulling at the corners of his mouth. He had the kind of eyes that held the weight of 1,000 untold stories, but today, the story was written in the lines of fear. His hands, usually steady, trembled as he clutched the scroll, its parchment worn, its secrets heavy. "They want more than just spices, more than silk," he said, his voice barely above the noise that surrounded us. "They want blood. Our blood." A shiver ran down my spine. I turned to see Amina, our fierce ally, her spirit aflame in the somber shadows. She was a merchant's daughter, but her dreams stretched far beyond the confines of this market. The way she moved, with a grace that belied the stakes, made my heart ache. "They threaten our trade routes," she said, eyes alight with defiance. "If we don't act now, we'll lose everything." Her voice, a melodic blend of strength and vulnerability, wrapped around me like a lifeline, but it also stirred the fear that had been quietly lurking in the corners of my mind. I remember the whispers, the rumors of betrayal swirling like the dust on the ground, the shadows cast by the flickering torches at night. I remember how the stars felt too far away, watching as we floundered beneath their distant gaze. It's easy to think of the Mughal Empire as a monolith, but here we were, three souls caught in the web of global connections. Trade was our lifeblood, while diplomacy was the knife edge we danced upon, with every step like a tightrope walker teetering above a chasm. "Rafiq, listen to her," I urged, my hand shaking as I gripped his shoulder. "We can't ignore this. What's coming at us is bigger than we are." My heart thundered as I glanced at Amina, whose fierce resolve wrapped around her like a cloak. Her anger was palpable, a living thing that breathed in the air between us, drawing us closer. The Dutch, the Portuguese, they're circling like vultures, she continued, the fire in her voice igniting a spark in my soul. They want our trade routes, our wealth. They think we'll roll over like lambs. The intensity of her words hung heavy in the air, a challenge that pierced through the noise of the market. Rafik's eyes darted around, scanning the crowd for signs of danger. I could see the conflict within him, the heart of a trade merchant weighed against the instinct for self-preservation. But if we strike first, what will it cost us? His words were laced with doubt, a fragile glass holding the weight of our destinies. Everything, I whispered, my heart echoing with the truth. But what choice do we have? The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and swirl around us, threatening to consume us whole. I could feel the weight of our choices pressing down, a weight that felt impossible to bear. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each breath a prayer to the gods of fate, begging them to guide us through the storm that loomed just beyond the horizon. Amina stepped closer, her eyes fierce, flames dancing in their depths. We can't let fear decide our fates. We must show them we are united. We are the Mughal Empire. We will not cower. Each word was a drumbeat, a rallying cry that echoed through my soul, igniting something deep within me. I saw her, a vision of the future, a possibility that felt like a dream just out of reach. But dreams often come with a price. Dreams can crumble under the weight of reality. I glanced at Rafik, whose face had paled, the conflict raging within him like a storm. What if we fail? What if all we know, then we fight harder? Amina interrupted, her voice rising above the clamor. We fight for our families, for our future, for trade and honor. We can't let them take it from us. Her passion was a wildfire, consuming and relentless, and it ignited something in Rafik, a flicker of resolve in the depths of his fear. I felt it, a dangerous stirring of hope, pushing against the despair that had settled like a shroud. Together, I breathed, clenching my fists, the weight of uncertainty still heavy but somehow lighter. If we stand together, we have a chance. Rafik nodded slowly, the shadows of doubt still lingering but gradually giving way to the warmth of belief. The market around us buzzed with life, unaware of the tempest brewing within our small circle. There, amidst the chaos, we stood on the precipice of something monumental. Amina's eyes sparkled with determination, a beacon in the encroaching dusk. Then let's meet tonight, at the old temple. We'll gather our allies, those who see the path forward. I nodded, feeling the urgency of the moment wrap around us, forging an unbreakable bond of fate. As she turned, the sun cast her silhouette against the backdrop of the market, a warrior ready to face the oncoming tide. I felt the pull of destiny, the weight of history pressing down upon us, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, fear, and resilience. I remember the whispers of the market, the shadows that danced around us, and the ghosts of what could be. Time felt suspended, each heartbeat a reminder that the world was vast and wild, a sea of possibilities interwoven with peril. And in that moment, standing on the edge of uncertainty, I knew one thing: whatever lay ahead, I would face it not alone, but alongside Rafik and Amina. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness wrapped around us like a shroud, promising peril yet also a chance at redemption. We would rise, or we would fall, but we would do it together. And in that unity, I felt a flicker of hope, a fragile flame against the encroaching dark. The moon hung like a silent witness over the city, a ghostly eye that saw everything: love, betrayal, power, and decay. In the shadow of the grandiose red fort, where marble met blood, a sharp gasp echoed through the damp corridors, shattering the stillness. A figure stumbled, eyes wide with disbelief, heart racing like a caged bird desperate to escape. I was there, in that moment, feeling the heavy malaise of history pressing against my chest, suffocating yet intoxicating. I remember the scent of incense blending with the chill of the evening air, a reminder that even in the corridors of power, fragility thrived. A man named Akbar stood at the heart of it all, torn between his vision of a unified kingdom and the shadows of dissent that lurked at every corner. His dreams of an empire where Hindus and Muslims coexisted clashed violently with the reality of a fractured landscape, each crack in the facade echoing the cries of the oppressed. I remember him pacing, the weight of 1,000 responsibilities on his shoulders, the ornate ceiling above him a mockery of the simplicity he craved. Each step he took resonated with the thundering pulse of history, every breath he drew like the last breath of a dying world. The stakes were high, a whisper of rebellion could ignite the powder keg of discontent. He had to choose. And then there was Jahanara, his daughter, caught in the whirlwind of her father's ambition and her own burgeoning desire for autonomy. She was a flame, bright and defiant, swirling in a world of roiling shadows. I remember her eyes, fierce and searching, as she stood at the edge of the courtyard, her heart a battlefield. She longed for her father's approval, yet yearned for a world beyond the gilded cage. "Father," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute, "you cannot conquer hearts with swords." But Akbar, the emperor, the statesman, the father, felt the weight of her words like a dagger in his chest, sharp and true. He wanted to believe in the dream he had fashioned, a tapestry of unity woven with threads of diverse cultures and beliefs. But reality was a cruel jester, mocking his ideals with every blooded revolt, every life lost in the name of power. His empire was a delicate glass figurine, beautiful yet terrified of the slightest tremor. I remember the clash of swords outside, a symphony of chaos that crescendoed in dissonance, pulling at the very fabric of their lives. Akbar stood in the war room, the air thick with tension, the flickering torchlight casting long, ominous shadows on the walls. Each soldier, each plan, felt like a weight on his conscience, a testament to his failures as much as his victories. He gripped the table, knuckles white, vision blurring as the cries from the battlefield seeped into his bones. "Father," Jahanara pleaded, her voice breaking through the haze of war. "Can we not be more than conquerors? Can we not be a beacon?" A silence, heavy and suffocating, enveloped them. The cries of the city beyond were a haunting lullaby, a reminder that their choices rippled through time and space, threatening to sink them into an abyss. As dusk surrendered to night, the stars flickered above, indifferent to human struggles. Akbar's heart thudded in time with the distant drums of war, each beat a reminder of the lives that depended on his decisions. Would he be remembered as the great unifier or as the tyrant who shattered hopes? But Jahanara's spirit burned like a shooting star, illuminating a path through the darkness. "What legacy shall we leave?" she demanded, her voice echoing against the cold stone walls, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. "Will we be mere ghosts haunting these halls, or will we be the architects of a new dawn?" I remember the tears in her eyes, glistening under the pale light. In that moment, she was not just a princess, she was a symbol of hope, a bridge between two worlds that seemed impossibly apart. Akbar felt the stirrings of something deep within, a recognition of his own limitations, the burden of his lineage heavy on his heart. "I remember the tales of my predecessors," he murmured, voice shaking with the weight of the past. "The kings and queens who ruled with iron fists. But what have they left us? A legacy of blood, of sorrow." The air around them crackled with intensity, the walls yearning to absorb their anguish. Clocks ticked, time slipping like grains of sand through their fingers. The ghosts of history watched, whispering warnings and promises, urging them to connect the dots of their intertwined destinies. In that charged silence, a choice hung in the air, heavy as lead. Would they cling to the past, to the blood-soaked lessons of power and control? Or would they challenge the tide, refusing to let history dictate their path? I remember the warmth of the candlelight, flickering against the cold stone, casting shadows that danced like memories, each one a lesson, a warning, a chance to rise above the chaos. Akbar's heart raced with the possibility of change, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of despair. But the darkness outside rumbled with the threat of war, an impending storm that threatened to drown them all. The tension was palpable, every breath a reminder of the fragile balance they teetered upon. Their lives wrapped around those moments, a tapestry of anguish and hope, woven tightly with the threads of history. A world on the brink, a legacy yet to be forged. Would they step into the light, embracing the lessons of their past to forge a new path, or would they succumb to the shadows that whispered of power and conquest? As the night deepened, the ghosts of empires past lingered, waiting for an answer, waiting for them to choose. The moon watched, patient and eternal, a silent sentinel of the choices yet to unfold. And in the heart of that chaos, a decision, a spark, a promise loomed on the horizon, shimmering like stardust against the encroaching bleakness, echoing through time.